Guideline 6 also stipulates the procedure that is to be followed in the appointment of the board of directors. So all board appointments should be transparent and competitive so as to ensure that the public served has an opportunity to participate in the decision making of the company. So all vacant positions will be advertised in the media and on the website of the WSP, as well as the website of the county government, and also stipulate the criteria and follow the criteria that has been set out by WASREP. Then once the advert has been made, an ad hoc nominating committee comprising of the county and the select committee from the three stakeholder directors, from the three key primary stakeholders will assess the applications and ensure that only that these directors meet the eligibility criteria that has been stipulated by WASREP. So this ad hoc nominating committee is to be appointed at a stakeholders forum where the stakeholders plus the shareholder is to appoint the key primary stakeholders to form part of the ad hoc nominating committee comprising of the county and at least 2 or 3 primary stakeholders. So the selection committee will receive the applications, vet these applications, and conduct interviews where it's necessary. Then the final report of this selection committee will be submitted to the shareholder, who is the county, and the shareholder will ensure that only persons who add value to the company are appointed. The fit and proper test forms must be filled by all applicants, and a copy of this fit and proper test form is to be sent to WASREP. Then thereafter, a letter of appointment is to be issued by the CEC, the Office of the County Water Department, which could be the CEC, the Office of the CEC, and it should adhere to the Articles of Association of the WSP, and also the names of these persons who are appointed will be ratified and accepted as directors at the annual general meeting by the shareholder. Then this letter of appointment should also contain a termination clause on poor performance and misconduct, and ensure that it captures that unless the board is retired due to poor performance, a third of the members shall retire every year from the third year. And at all times, the board members shall serve for a term of 3 years, renewable ones, subject to performance and approval by the shareholder. So at no time, a board of directors should not serve for more than 6 years. So that is the term of the directors. So then we move to the board remuneration. So this is revised. This is different from the content that existed in the annulled guidelines. So we have expanded the limits a little bit. So for WSPs with an annual turnover of up to 100 million, it's proposed that they should only spend, the board expenditure should be 5% of the turnover of 4 million, whichever is lower. And for those with a turnover of between 100 million to 250 million, the board can only spend the lower of 4% or 7 million. For turnover between 250 million to 500 million, the board can only spend the lower of 2.8% of the turnover, or 12 million. And for turnover between 500 million to 1 billion, the board should spend the lower of 2.4% of the turnover, or 20 million. And for turnover between 1 billion to 5 billion, the board should only spend the lower of 2% of the turnover, or 30 million. And for those WSPs with an annual turnover of 5 billion and above, the board should only spend the lower of 0.6% of the turnover, or 50 million. the board succession and period in office, the appointment of the directors should be staggered to prevent members from retiring at the same time in order to ensure institutional memory in the WSP. Then 1/3 of the board members, as I have mentioned, other than those from the county government, shall retire from office by rotation every year, that is from the 3rd year after appointment. So once the first 3 years have lapsed, 1/3 of those members should retire and they are replaced with other directors. However, the retiring members shall be determined on the basis of those who have served the longest. And if all the directors have served for the same period of time, the retirement will be determined by lot. So the members will take lot to decide who retires the first one. Then the retiring members will also be required can also reapply where necessary for their positions if they are still eligible for reappointment. And the county water department, as function owner, is advised to use annual performance evaluation of the board to assess their suitability of reapplying and the need to make changes where necessary to improve the performance of the WSP. For the board records, it's proposed that all board meetings and committee meetings will be properly recorded, and the minutes of the proceedings are kept in a minutes book, and all minutes and papers of the board will be circulated at least 7 days before the meeting, and all records of resolutions will be kept and communicated in writing to the shareholders and any relevant stakeholders. And the chief officer in charge of water, or the county secretary, should maintain a system within the county that has information on the board meetings and any general meeting minutes to avoid information asymmetry, which occurs every election cycle in the event there is change in any of these offices. So once the directors are appointed to the board, they shall be required to attend an induction training on their roles, duties and responsibilities and their obligations, as well as the board practices and procedures before they begin any businesses. Then they can also attend any subsequent trainings to improve their understanding of the water sector and also deepen their oversight skills in financial management and different compliance requirements that are critical to the WSP business. So the company will organize these trainings and inform the county government water office, which should also participate in these trainings. So either the CEC water or the chief officer water could attend these trainings together with the other stakeholder directors. So in order to track the performance of the board together with the other levels in the company, the board of directors will sign a performance contract with the managing director, who will now in turn cascade it to the management team and adapt the format to all the staff in the WSP. And the board of directors will ensure that the management submits to them on a quarterly basis any technical and financial reports, and also ensure that on an annual basis there is an audited set of accounts that is prepared in accordance with the standards in the Public Finance and the Management Act 2012 and any additional regulatory accounting standards. The WSP is also required to submit quarterly reports to the county office, as well as submit the same copy to WASREP as the regulator, which is a requirement under the license conditions. So the board of directors should ensure that the company does not deviate from the standards in the license conditions, and the company should issue a performance guarantee as advised by WASREP when being licensed, to ensure that the specified risks are covered. So in the event that WASREP finds that a certain WSP is in material non-compliance with the licensing conditions, WASREP may recover any penalty that is imposed on the WSP from the performance guarantee that is issued to WASREP. So the company should also issue a performance evaluation report to its shareholders and stakeholders at the end of every year. And the board of directors should also ensure, the board of directors together with the shareholders, which is the county, should ensure that the company plows back any surpluses that is made in the provision of the water services, until such a time that the company now becomes able to achieve optimum coverage of its service area in terms of water and sanitation. So for compliance purposes, the board may hire a competent company secretary or a legal officer and an internal auditor to assist the board of directors to understand how to ensure there's compliance with the law that is in place, that is the Constitution of Kenya, Water 2016, Water 2016, the Public Finance Management Act, or any other law that is in place, and also ensure that there is collective and individual accountability and liability with regards to any acts or omissions of the board of directors. So the board will ensure that there is a communication strategy in place that reaches all stakeholders, and that there is at least one well-publicized annual stakeholders forum within the service area of the WSP, where now the WSP prepares the public on the appointment of new directors, or any reports to the public on the gains or the challenges that have been faced by the WSP in the progressive realization of the human right to water. And they are also to ensure that the board receives at least annual investment reports from the WSP, the county government, and any other investor undertaking water service projects within the service area of the WSP, as well as ensuring that the company maintains a website that provides customer relevant information, and ensure that at least there is the last audited account of the company are published on the website of the WSP. So for the board to ensure accountability to their shareholders, which is the county government, the board should call for an annual general meeting once every year and ensure that 13 months do not pass before such a meeting is called, and to disclose truthfully all material aspects of the business of the WSP, and ensure that the WSP has complied with all relevant laws and provide a certification to that effect. The company, or rather the board, should act in the best interest of the company as a water service provider and ensure that the WSP runs in a sustainable manner. So for there to be robust relationships with the stakeholders of the WSP, so the company is to identify all its internal and external stakeholders, create a list of them, and provide a policy on how they are going to relate with the various stakeholders, especially in relation to appointing of directors to sit on the board of the WSP, how to monitor the performance of the company, how to protect the sources from which the WSP is authorized to draw water resources from, as well as how to get feedback on the services offered from their customers. So to ensure balance of powers in the management of the WSP, the board should ensure that a proper management structure is put in place, And for that reason, there should be a board of director charter before the board embarks on its duties. Then all the schedule of duties of the board of directors and management should be well laid out before the board embarks on any of their duties. Then there should be a structure which the structure that is put in place should maintain integrity, reputation and responsibility of the board. And this board of directors should be chaired by an independent director who shall be elected from among the stakeholder directors by the county government. Then the board will create a schedule of their board activities. So once the board has been appointed, there should be a board calendar in place that outlines when the board is to hold their committee meetings, when the board is to hold their full board meetings. Where necessary, they could also have a tentative date when they are to hold their annual general meeting. So at all times, the directors should be independent of the management functions of the WSP and free from any business or operational relationships with management. And WSPs in the large and very large category should employ a qualified company secretary who should be an advocate of the High Court of Kenya and who has the requisite knowledge and experience in the water sector at least, or to undertake the statutory duties and responsibility and in order to advise the board on compliance. So these guidelines also stipulate the roles of the chairperson of the board. So the chairperson shall have the responsibility to lead the board by maintaining mature discussions during board meetings. The chair also ensures order, proper conduct of meetings, affording each participant a reasonable opportunity to speak at the meetings, and also cast a deciding vote in the case of ties, and to organize and facilitate a balance of internal and external relationships, as well as maintaining a relevant political contact for the good of the company. So it is advised that at least all water service providers should have these three committees. So that is the Audit Committee, the Technical Services Committee, the Finance, Human Resource and Administration Committee. And these committees should not sit for more than 4 sittings in a financial year. So a committee should sit for at least have 1 sitting in every quarter of the financial year. Then at least any extra meetings or agenda communicated and agreed with the county water department. The board meetings should not exceed 6 in a year. So in the event the company or the board needs to have any special meetings, they can only hold up to 2 special meetings in a financial year, aside from the 4 board meetings. Then there should be a mix of skills in the committees, which should be commensurate with the purpose of the committee. And a committee member from the stakeholder group should only sit in 1 committee. However, from our previous stakeholder consultation, we have agreed that for the very small, for small and medium, for those boards with at least 7 members, the stakeholder directors can sit in at least 2 committees compared to 1 committee. Then the chairperson of the board should not be a member in any committee. However, each committee meeting and reports must be shared with him when the report is being shared with the rest of the committee members. So the board should evaluate its performance once every year and set up achievable action points to assess its performance as a whole and that of individual members. So there should be individual performance assessment, then the other performance assessment. Then the report of this performance assessment shall be presented to the County Water Office, who is the function owner, and this will be reported to the shareholders at the AGM in the chairman's report. So for human resource management, the board of directors will ensure that there is a human resource policy in place. And this human resource policy will be tailored to enhance performance and incorporate the national standards of productivity. And the board of directors will ensure that all staff are appointed after competitive advertisement and that they meet the competence criteria created under Section 86 of the Water Act 2016, and also comply with the other requirements of the Employment Act and any other labor relations laws that are in place. The board will also ensure that if in the event of a collective bargaining agreement, it should be negotiated in line with the standards of staff productivity ratios under the Water Act 2016 and the benchmarks that have been set by the regulator. So when fixing the remuneration of the staff, the total expenditure for each financial year must not exceed the national benchmark for the sector, where the personnel cost or as share of operations and maintenance shall be contained within these parameters. So for the very large companies shall be less than 30%. For large shall be less than 35%. For medium companies it shall be less than 40%. And for small companies shall be less than 50%. So the board should ensure that technology is used to leverage efficiency in asset development and maintenance, financial management, human resource management, water service operations, consumer complaints handling, and also obtain stakeholder feedback. The board will also ensure that the company applies itself to use any appropriate technology in construction of different water service facilities, to differentiate quality of service levels for different categories of the consumers. The board will also develop a high ICT capability to generate communication to its stakeholders, as well as publish annual reports to its shareholders and stakeholders. So the board should continuously manage any risks pertaining the operations of the WSP. So they'll have a continuous evolving risk management strategy, which will ensure that all the identified risks are properly mitigated within the required time, and ensure that all its real property is well titled in their name, and all its infrastructure and assets are well secured. Assess where appropriate, assess and ensure that appropriate insurance is taken out, including insurance against any fire loss and theft. Provide backup systems for any of its documentation, and pursue a staff retention policy, because as we had mentioned earlier on, the water sector needs to retain professionals in the water sector who have the capacity to carry out their responsibilities effectively. So for the board to be able to review any future solvency of the company, it's proposed that they should hire and appoint an external auditor who will ensure that a short outline of the entire corporate governance guidelines. Thank you.
Thank you, Janet. You begin my movie visually. So she's still standing there. You can keep just a few moments of questions. But for those who don't get a chance to present, you can present your details in Morata. The submission of comments closes on the 7th of December, so we still have time. Anyone with a question? About 1, 2, 3 valid questions. Anyone else? 3. One last one on this side.
Thank you, Janet. Number one, I wanted to ask these. Water resource users are key stakeholders in the provision of water and the environmental conservation in our areas. And I wanted to ask whether we should give them a position in the building. The issue of retirement of BOD on the ground of poor performance. What exactly do you mean poor performance? Because at the end of the day, the government wants to remove somebody because of poor performance, you can say, my standards are losing, my standards are bad. So I think we need to be clear on the issue of poor performance and what it is exactly. There is this issue of audit and risk committee, and there is one committee that's should be formed within the board. We have this issue also with the auditors, the external auditors, and the recommendation was that we should have an external audit and risk committee because the BOD is part of the operations of the company. So we try to reason with them and we ask them whether we can use the external audit and risk committee of the county to undertake that role, or we should hire another committee. Thank you.
Do you mind repeating your last question on the committee?
There is this committee within the BOD called Audit and Risk Committee. So what we had an issue with the auditor, and they requested that we need to have another external Audit and Risk Committee because the BOD is part of the operations of the company. So I wanted to ask whether we should get another audit and risk committee that's external from and independent from the BOD.
Yes, thank you, Jack. Mine is about the shareholding. I really don't know because I've realized that the total shareholding is supposed to be under the county government. And to avoid qualification of accounts, I don't know whether you did persuade the county government to ensure that the share capital is paid in full. I don't know. Thank you.
Okay. Mine is on both structure. I think we have changed we have increased the board of directors, especially for management accountants. But the key factor that to differentiate a small run company is the number of donations. I believe there are some other factors like revenue collection and also whether it's a rural or an urban. I think for me, I think there are other factors that we need to put in because the regulation of the directors is also affected. If you increase the number of directors, at the same time, turnover for a given figure. This time around, it is a percentage of turnover, lesser of a percentage of the turnover at a fixed number. And therefore, there is an inverse relationship between increasing the pool of directors and expenses. Therefore, we need to look at it. Because, for example, a set of water barrier company, if the turnover of 60 million is 60 million, the board expenses can be 4 million, because it's 5% of 4 million. But now, if you go by like 5%, 3.5 million, and we have already increased the number of directors, then we need to maybe factor that. There, not necessarily a concern is pre or mandatory qualification for CS. There is a crowd there, advocate of the high court of Kenya. The other CAs, like those who have done corporate companies, CPS, are they qualified? Also, the other one is the mix of the qualification for the eligibility criteria for directors. In the CPA experience, I think we should put it in a simpler way. Is it an alternative or a CPA a bachelor degree? We need to be a bit clear on that, because it normally arises when the selection committee is dealing with that issue. The other issue is on mandatory committees. Nobody from the regulator side who should be setting the management, which management will be setting for the committee. I have no issue with the there. Finance, HR, and also the technical. Who will be setting those in the reality required to be in those. These are the committees. I also have an issue of the personnel cost. Maybe this one I really need to engage more. It is almost from the impact report, it's almost impossible to attain 30% on whichever category or for whichever category. Is it possible? Is it high time that we look into it? Thank you.
Mine is on the role of the CC in charge of water. I take note that the CC, one is shareholder, so he's sitting in the AGM. On the other hand, is can be an appointee the director, appointed by the government. At the same time, the CC is the one will be supposed to issue appointment letters to other directors. I feel that at the same time, when it comes to committees of the board, even the board meetings where you know you are required to have special board meetings, I think you stated that the requirement that that report should be done to the CC. So if the same person will be a board member, in a way be conflicted. I don't know. The way we operate with the county government, mostly the accounting officer in the department, the Ministry of Water, the chief officer, by large is the accounting officer. So I don't know if the CC opt not to appoint or the chief officer to present him or her in the board. I don't know whether the operation of the company will be in any way affected, where the input of the economic officer for the department is required.
Thank you. On the lady, we have also the number of clarifications. One, I start with what we have heard from the last one. the issue of the personnel cost, it has been a challenge as much as we try so much to achieve the 30%. Even the impact report has been quite unfavorable. Maybe that is an aspect which can be considered. Then there is some, I don't know whether I got it correctly, the issue of record keeping for all the matters, where it was indicated the CEO of the county government should have the responsibility. Maybe it's not put it clearly. Because we also believe the companies or the MD and such should be able to do that. On the fit and proper form, maybe a clarification where we say only the qualified maybe directors should have their fit and proper forms to ask if it is open. It is not clear whether any applicant or at least the successful directors where the fit and proper forms should be sent to ask. For the daily case, we have what we call golden share. We have one share from Treasury. I don't know whether that will give us a liberty to have the directors. Because we know, now we have two directors from the county government, one golden share from the Treasury, and 6 independent. And lastly is about the implementation of the turnout of the WWDs, where we find we have operated, and I don't know whether it cuts across, but we have operated and more or less as much as the non-directors, they also use and out the issues of committees formation and all that. And in this case, we have a number of assignments we are having with them, whether they can be a presentation for the agency can become a director.
I have a question on AGM. The idea AGM is a meeting of shareholders at the board. And from the guideline, the shareholder is only from the county. So is there a vision that the board and the county shall meet somewhere and say that is the AGM, or the other stakeholders are supposed to be invited in the AGM? Maybe in the guideline it should be like listed who should be the attendee of the AGM. Then on the eligibility criteria, the guideline looks like it is only looking at eligibility for the independent directors. So you can clarify whether the appointees of the shareholders should be subject to those eligibility criteria, or it is only for the independent directors. Then on the advertisement of the vacancy for the board, it's not very clear who should take lead in the advertisement, whether it is the shareholder or the WSP. And I believe you have seen in the media, sometimes you see WSPs advertising for the vacancies, other times you see the county. So it needs to be clear who should take the lead. Then the guideline seems to only focus on the WSPs. But we have many water operators in the country, we have small-scale providers, now we have the bulk operators. So is this guideline only for regulated WSPs, or it will be escalated to all the other water operators that we have in the country? Finally, on the role of the county secretary, in your presentation you suggested that the county secretary can own one share. So when they own one share, they are given, do they become a shareholder, or they still the company secretary? And also you said for large companies you can employ a company secretary. You need to clarify whether it is contract or employed, because the question that has been asked by Tawasco, it looks like when you say employed, that person is an employee of the WSP, so that they have to be a legal person of that WSP. You need to clarify whether it is to contract or it is to employ a legal person residing in the WSP. Then when the company secretary or the county secretary attends board meetings, are they supposed to be paid a special allowance, or they should get the same sitting allowance as other directors?
guided. Are we answering this now?
Okay. Let's just go.
Okay. If you can pick one or two and then you can add one or two.
Yeah, as I did mention at the beginning, it is not so much of a question and answer sessions. We are looking for proposals from the plenary. I will highlight just in a nutshell our thinking on some of these areas, but would really want you to give us your. We've taken notes. There are particulars recording the questions, but if you can also include them in your memos, I would really appreciate. So I will allow Janet maybe to pick a few critical ones, then we proceed. Thank you all for those questions.
On the question of brewers, whether they can sit on the board, as I had mentioned, the stakeholder groups that we highlighted are not cast on stone. So in the event that your WSP serves within an area that covers, say, a catchment area that needs protection, or where brewers are active participants in that area, you could include them as part of your stakeholder groups within your service area. So that means that you can appoint at least a representative from one of the brewers within your service area. On the factors to be considered in the board remuneration, that is well noted, we shall put it into consideration in the final document. On whether the share capital should be paid in full, we shall also advise on the same in the guidelines. Then the requirement of CES, whether the certified secretary should be a CS. The main reason why we want a company secretary who is an advocate of the High Court of Kenya is for compliance purposes, not only minute taking in the board. So that's why we advise that the company secretary should be an advocate of the High Court of Kenya, who is well acquainted with the regulatory laws in the water sector, as well as any regulatory standards for the water service provision. So yes, they have to be a company secretary who is also an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. Then for whether CPA should be an alternative or rather an added advantage, yes, that is the position. They could be a finance person or an economics person with a CPA, or just CPA without the rest of the qualifications. So it could be a qualification as a standalone or an added advantage to the other professions. So whether MD should be part of the committees, this is well noted, we shall advise, but however, practice has it that an MD is not a member of the board. They are just an ex-officio member of the board. So for that reason, they cannot sit in the committees because they're just an ex-officio member, but they can sit in the other committees as well as an ex-officio member. The same way we have an internal auditor sitting in the audit committee as an ex-officio member, but not as a member of that committee. They're just ex-officio members. We shall also clarify in the final document that will be published.
Yeah, maybe on, sorry.
Depending on, we'll look at whether the managing directors really will vote directors per se, or sitting directors without voting rights. If there is no voting right, because that's how it should actually be, then you can sit in all the committees except the audit committee. Okay? So that you are actually, as the head of management, all those proposals going to the board from either committee or emanating from the managing director. You are the head of management. I remember somebody asked who should, if you are dealing, let's say, with the finance issues in the board, it is the MD, but you carry with you your finance expert. If it's on matters HR, it's the MD, but you carry with you the HR expert, because you can't be everything, you know. But at the end of the day, the mark stops at your door as the managing director. Sawa. Yeah, so we'll clarify some of those issues in detail in the document. And please raise the questions so that we don't also forget. And I hope my team is also taking note of that. Great, continue.
So we shall also clarify on the representation of the CEC water on the board of directors, and as well as the personnel costs. On the fit and proper test forms, the forms are to be filled by all applicants and submitted to the selection panel. Then once the recruitment has been finalized with, the appointed members are to submit their fit and proper test to WASREM. So the company or the county government, but we shall advise on this as well, whether the county or the company is to communicate to WASREM on who has been appointed to be directors of the company, where they shall outline the names of these directors and forward the fit and proper test forms of the appointed directors. Then we shall also clarify on how this AGM should be appointed, how the AGM is to be conducted, whether the shareholders are to sit alone or whether we can have the shareholders as accompanied with the stakeholders attending the AGM. So that will be clarified in the final document. On the eligibility for the county representatives, I think this is we cannot really, it's a not political position, but we cannot really determine who becomes CEC water or CEC finance. So the eligibility criteria is based applied to the stakeholder directors, because we cannot control how the CECs are appointed from the county government. So it's best applied to the stakeholder directors. However, the county also has a responsibility that they appoint competent CECs to serve in the county. So on the adverts, in our presentation, we had clarified that the advert for the vacant positions for the board of directors shall be published on the WSP's website as well as the county government's website. But with regards to who is to bear the cost for the advert, we cannot really determine that in the guideline. Yes.
Yeah, but that goes without saying. It's the company. It's a company expense. Any cost that goes towards all these things from the AGM is for who? It's not for the county, it's for the company. When it comes to appointment of directors, the cost should be borne by the company. The county government would be playing a facilitative role as a shareholder. But you can't ask the county government to get into their, into their treasury and fund that, unless if you have a special arrangement. But really, it should be the company to incur the cost. What we are discussing is the company. Any other?
And there was a question on whether the guideline only applies to WSPs. I think we have other guidelines that regulate small-scale water service providers, including the borehole operators and the tankers. And if you all remember, sometimes in Feb this year, we had published a notice that all water companies are to ensure that they regulate all small-scale water service providers within their areas of provision. So that means that this guideline applies to WSPs, who are now to ensure that they regulate any small-scale service providers within their service area. For the bulk water supply, for the bulk water suppliers, for this case the waterworks development agencies, they are state corporations, and state corporations are governed by the Mwongozo Code of Conduct. So that means that they already have their own their governance regulatory tool at the national level, which is the Mwongozo. So this is custom made for the companies within the water service sector, and they shall only apply to the county water service providers, not the private ones, the 4 private ones that we have within the sector, because they shall be subject to their own internal documents, which is their constitutions, their respective constitutions. So for the county secretary, who is also a shareholder, whether they can also double as a secretary to the board. So for large companies, it's highly recommended, large, medium and large, or large and very large, it's highly recommended that they should hire an in-house company secretary who is also an advocate of the High Court of Kenya to guide them in their compliance journey, as well as serving as a company secretary sitting on the board. For small, very small companies and medium companies, they can utilize the services of the county attorney at the office of the county government, who is also a company secretary. It's highly recommended that the county attorney should be a company secretary. But in the event that the county attorney is not a company secretary, then I think we shall advise on that. So I think those are...
Now, what if you allocate them shares? Will they be coming for the board meeting?
Sorry?
And county secretary, if you give them 1 share, will they become board members? Like the CEC finance, the CEC water?
The answer is no.
Yeah.
No.
The official from the county to sit in the board is 2: finance and water. The other one will be a shareholder that will sit at the NGL. Maybe just to remember, there was a question on the risk and audit committee, vis-a-vis internal audit and external auditors, and then there was the issue of the multiple role of the office of the CEC. These are questions we are dealing with. Of course, the audit, the risk and audit committee is the only mandatory, we say it's the only mandatory committee of any public institution. It's a standing committee. There is, you cannot be compliant if you don't have the audit committee, risk and audit committee. And this one depends on the internal auditor. I believe particularly the large and the very large, they must all have the internal audit department to deal with the internal controls and the other risk aspects within the institution. And the end of the audit function serves as the secretary to the audit committee, not the board secretary. And that is again the only committee where the MD cannot sit, so that the audit end of audit can have the freedom to interact freely with the audit committee. But if there is need for the MD to sit, just possibly to clarify 1 or 2 issues, it doesn't happen. But the best practice is you give them that space. Your mere presence in that committee, the auditor may feel at times intimidated, because at the end of the day, administratively, he or she reports to the MD. So the best practice is where the MDs don't sit.
So the risk committee will rely on the internal auditor. And finally, for assurance, at the end of the year, the role of the external auditor is key and is provided for in the Auditor Exchequer Act, which is very clear. And every public entity must go through external audits once every year. They review your internal controls and all the other activities that you carried out during the financial year, and again report to the board through the audit committee. So the audit committee will be dealing with both the internal auditor and the external auditor. I appreciate the role of the CEC. We canvassed that topic heavily. Who should sit in the board? Is it the CEC? Is it the CEO? And it's a very active matter. We are consulting closely with the COG on that, and by the time we are through with this, we shall have cracked the password. The other area that I would possibly want to comment on, the county secretary is not a board secretary. It's a county executive. It's the head of, administration at the county level. So they cannot come to your company to take minutes for you. So you either have your own in-house board secretary, who we are recommending really should be a CPS. But where possible, that person should also be an advocate of the High Court or a lawyer for that matter, so that they can guide you on legal matters as you transact your business. For a very large company, and I think we'll be putting this in that structure, you need an in-house person to one or two to guide you in that area. For the others, they can rely on the county, the county attorney, not the county secretary, for support, or alternatively they outsource the services of a CS. Then the issue of the board size. We are saying the maximum. What we are setting is the maximum. So if you are a small WSP and you are 5, and it is serving you well, we wouldn't say it's a non-compliance. You can continue with 5. But the question is, would you be able to form those committees and have independence? If yes, then you, and so long as it is quoried, because again there will be challenges of quorum, then you can still transact and looking at your balancing with your board expenses. And board expenses, remember, if your company turnover is small, you don't have to pay what possibly Ruirunjunja or Nyeri pays. Maybe they are paying 20,000. As a company, you can pass a resolution that the sitting allowance is 5,000. Subject to affordability. But the problem is at times we ask, what is Nyeri paying? What is the other one paying? So they pay 20, you want to pay 20, and your turnover is 100,000. So one meeting, you are done. So those, you as management, and I'm addressing the MDs and very senior other officers of the WSP, says you must really apply yourselves as management experts, and where necessary, seek input of the experts so that you're able to make the right decisions. So we are saying this is the capping. 7 maximum for small and medium, 9 maximum for large and very large. We are seeing some areas where you I know at times like talking about some stories. You find a company like Marra with a board of about 15. So when you look at their turnover and the number of board members, you wonder whether it's a director against their connection. So let's really, so the purpose of setting those thresholds is to, best practice. The best practice is basically 9, maximum of 9 directors. And we say let's cap them. Somebody also asked on the issue of the board expenses. We've given some percentages, but our intention is to cap. When you look at that capping, the ranches will spend maximum. And we are not saying this is what you should spend. Operate efficiently. But the maximum spend should be for very ranches about 50 million. The previous guideline was talking of the IRF. When you talk about the IRF, then you have no ceiling. You can go to whatever figure. So if your turnover is about 10 billion and we are saying 5%, the IRF, then you are opening it, the board to spend as much as they want. But without, of course, limiting the board in their ability to perform. When I looked at the IS, if you divided that number by 9 directors, you see you'll be spending almost what you spend on your MD, if not more, who is on a full-time basis. If you are to divide 90 million by, no, not 90, 50, assuming for the highest turnover, Nairobi City, by 9 directors, each of them would be taking home almost 5.5 million per year, including, of course, the other expenses going towards that director. So if you divide the 5.5 by 12 months, that's almost 400,000+ per month. So really nobody can complain that we have, but what we have denied the board resources to operate. But what we are saying is, please, let's avoid those excessive expenditures. I've come across areas where board members are in the office like more than the MDs. Yeah? And therefore denying management the opportunity to work. So they are either in the office or they are in a training there, they jump from this training to the other one because they can see there is a budget. And they say, no, we must exhaust this budget before the end of the year. So as it, even as you see it, make sure that the board members that come to the board are people who are responsible. They are not there to write to work, but to support the county government to deliver service. It's not an employment, it's a service to the nation. Then finally, maybe my comment would be, there was the issue of the gender rule. It's a constitutional issue. We say we don't want to overemphasize which is in other laws. But even as the stakeholders go through, or the selection panel goes through the appointment of directors, they should always bear in mind the need, to have the authority of service. We don't have a board of 4 men, or a board of 4 women, or a board of 4 retirees, age. So ensure that mix, and MDs, management, you are the ones really to advise the county and even the selection panel as they go through all these things. So please, let's ensure whatever decisions are made are in the best interest of the company. Thank you. Maybe we take one more round. Then we agree how to proceed. Possibly we can do one technical one.
each which will take like 45 minutes, or the two of them, then in the afternoon we come and finish with the other one.
So 2 more burning questions. Then we have the next presenter.
Thank you so much for the good presentation. Mine is on the shareholding, the one allocated to the county government, the 4,997 shares. Is it possible to be more specific? Who in the county government? For instance, is it the governor who is holding the shares? Because when it comes to subscription, you find that when they are signing the memorandum, the county secretary, who is the principal accounting officer for the county, will subscribe for the 1 share. The CECs will also subscribe for 1. Now, who signs for this? The ones allocated to the county government. Thank you.
Thank you. My question also is the same as the raised. We have an issue where the governor holds 97%. And the issue is, if this governor then lives with at the end of his term, even getting him so that he will hand over the shares is an issue. So why don't you give to the county secretary who will hand over those shares to the other incoming county secretary in future? Because dealing with the governors is sometimes a difficult. That's one question. And question number 2, of course, on the remuneration of directors, the guidelines are good, but per sitting allowances, let's say the first quarter, you look in the office, what is the right amount? I can see that figure is in general, but per sitting allowance, how much the share should have, the other members will have. That's also a clarification. Thank you.
Thank you. I have two submissions because this is about the participation and not a question. Mine is to bring into awareness that we already have a Water Act Amendment Bill 2023 that is critically addressing the issue of education when it comes to corporate governance, and was is part and parcel of the Water Act Amendment Bill 2023 by the another Ministry of Water, Sanitation and Irrigation. And when it comes to education, where we are talking about the education of the board of directors, they list all those degrees and all that. They have talked about relevant bachelor degree. So would it be in order for WASLE, when they are doing their corporate governance amendment, to also borrow from the Water Act Amendment 2023, which they are part and parcel? Water Act Amendment Bill 2023 brought on board the CUG, and the reason and the thinking behind enlisting those degrees specifications when we talk about legal, when we talk about engineers and all that. When you talk about relevant bachelor degrees, it is what is relevant to the water sector. So I believe that can be done the same for the corporate governance at the WASLE, so that we don't have so many amendments that are leading to the same thing. So I believe that one can be worked upon. Rather than specifying those degrees, we should not bring up too much to list all of them, because I believe with environmental science, currently water sector, you must address the issue of environmental that is an environmental social impact assessment. So somebody with an environmental degree will say, I'm qualified for this. You cannot deny me or her. So I believe we should come out very clean. Let us not say about engineers, let us not talk about accountants, let us talk about relevant bachelor degrees. The shareholder, who is the county government, plus the other board of directors and the WSP, should be in capacity to see which is the most relevant degree upon them. Our WSPs are spread all over. Each WSP has its own shortfalls and challenges that are facing them. If I may say, we have Newasco, they are faced by different challenges. So during their onboarding of our board of directors, Meru County can see which is the degree relevant for this time and season, and equally for the various WSP. So let us leave it open. Let us not define those degrees. Let us call it relevant bachelor degrees. And another issue when it comes to the definition of the person keeping the data, that is the chief officer. And I remember very well when we had the COG submissions in Naivasha, they said clearly that the CEC is the overall in every county department of water. That's the COG that was sitting in for the county government. So when WASLEP is making this amendment, should be aware on that, those pecking honors, so that we don't bring in another confusion. So when the MD want to contact the county government, and she will be non-title. So we should also define the work of the corporate secretary to the board. I believe a corporate secretary of our WSP is good enough to keep those records rather than handing it over to a chief officer. We would also like the legal personnel of WASLEP to lead the Data Protection Act. When they hand over these records to a county government, which is running the whole water sector, and then you want them to be the custodian of their records, I beg to give a submission that I believe that most of the WSP are in a capacity to keep their own records within the confines of their legal officer or county sector, rather than taking over to the chief officer water. That's my submission. Thank you.
Okay, so as guided, maybe just a brief comment as we set up for the next presenter to do a very brief presentation. Then we proceed for lunch and come back and have plenary.
Thank you so much for those questions. They are all very, very valid, and we'll look at them. But just to mention about the share for the county government. Meru, are you here? Those who registered recently, we've gone back and forth with the BRS on company registration. And I don't know, I can't even count the number of consultations until we finally settled on one. I know, is it you finalized yours? Embu? Yes. You did? Meru did? So we have agreed on a model. And that will be sharing, and that will be the guiding principle going forward. On the issue of share handing over, it also came up, and we are also to agree how do we do this. So it's well taken care of. The ones who will be prescribing to those shares, as they do, then they will be signing a transfer instrument at the same time to avoid a quagmire where the moment they leave office, they don't want to hear anything about that institution. So there are safeguards to that effect. On the remuneration of or sitting around, as I said, we don't want to assign a figure. We'll leave it to each individual WSP. The maximum is set. We set the maximum, so depending on their ability to pay. And that's basically what even the national government directive or circulars say, ability to pay. Sitting allowance at the national level maximum is 20,000, but there are state corporations that pay as low as 10,000. Yeah? So you don't have to go for the maximum. You fit the shoe that fits you.
On qualifications, this has also been canvassed, and that is the thinking. Thank you so much. We are inside. What we actually are going to prescribe is relevant degree as is describing, but we must also appreciate that we need a mix of skills so that you don't end up with a board that is made up of water engineers only. An institution that calls for more than one professional mind. So that mix of skills, very well balanced, so that we have the right board and management to take the companies forward and to where they are required to be. We are also very much aware of the bill, the Water Acts, the revision of 2023. Qualifications are not things of the law. But I think we've become so resistant to other mechanisms of governance to the extent that as a country we are ended towards legislating almost every bit of our right. Yeah? So then we've given our input to that effect, and where possible, let's use instruments that we can be able to change when there is need. If something is in the guidelines, for instance, it's easier to change a guideline than to change a law. But why are these things finding themselves in the law? It's because at times we don't respect the guidelines. And I can't take you to court using a guideline, but I can take you to court and the lawyers will cite some sections of the law. And it's very unfortunate that we have to registrate small things which we should not be registrating. So we need, of course, to be more self-regulating, and where possible, we use agreed principles. Agreed principles. That's what is more important than the law. But we'll look at all those proposals and see then how do we really navigate so that we have an instrument, a guideline that is respected, and possibly petition those who are pushing for the review of the act, which we are also part of, to drop some of those things which we think we can cure elsewhere. So you can imagine if it's put in the law that the MD shall be only a lawyer, and lawyers are normally very good in that. They are the ones who write our laws. When the Constitution was being done, those who are in the house, forgive me for this, they were almost every position. For you to qualify for this, you must be an advocate of the High Court. And I remember it reached a point, even the position of the Auditor General, and I'm a member of his park, we are really to fight. Yeah? To say, please, keep up this peace. They are then dropped us. And not with any possible bad intention, but they also want more opportunities for themselves. So you can imagine if that found itself in the law, that the MD of the WSP must be an advocate of the High Court, and then it becomes it. And not all of them are very good managers, by the way. Janet, you know that. I can tease Janet because she's my officer. Yeah? So, if as a country we can be able to remove some of those things from the law and have them in the principles of governance, that will be the best for this country. So we hear you, and we'll do what we can to make sure that some of these things are really not so much prescribed in the law. So the mix of skills and the other requirements, we'll leave them at that. Otherwise, I think what we do, Emily, as we have agreed, please send us your memos. We've heard you and we've captured the spirit. It's being recorded live, so we'll get some time also to review this as we finalize on the document, and we'll try as much as possible to balance the views of the stakeholders as we can be able to accommodate. The views are as many as the 50 million Kenyans that we are. So I will also appeal to you, if you find your view has not been accommodated, it's not because we ignored you, it's because there were possibly other equally comparing our views. And we'll park you at somewhere, and maybe at some point we shall use them. And what is also very important is lessons that we are learning from this. So the issue of gender, again, I will emphasize. At times when we go through in the past where we've been assigning the stakeholders, we leave them and then we have no control of who they bring to the boardroom. Then when we meet in the boardroom, we find that we are only one gender. And when that happens, you can be sure most likely somebody can cite you for being unconstitutional, and then the board is, voided. So let's see how, even as we guide the stakeholders, because the county has only 2. The stakeholders will be having 5 in bare minimum. So can you even think of a rotation? And you say specifically if it is stakeholder A, you give us a reading, stakeholder B, you give us a gentleman, stakeholder C, you give us a youth, and so on and so forth, so that we ensure that we are within the confines of the Constitution. Otherwise, thank you so much. Emily, I'm sure there are a number of us who came after introduction. You can introduce them. They may not get the opportunity to know all of us, but we get the advantage of knowing them. And then we can possibly do one quick one, the shortest.
I'm doing the next presenter on the floor, and I will try to be as fast as possible. Anyone who was coming during the session?
MD Akwapa.
Good afternoon. Yeah, my name is James Jero, the Managing Director of Awasco, Embu Water and Sanitation Company. So first of all, I welcome you to Embu. My apologies for coming late. We're in a meeting in the CC, that's why she's not here. But we have sent our officers who are here, and we are going to move very much together. Thank you so much.
Fellow members, my name is Dominic Gashani. I'm the chair of UASCO. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members. My name is Paul Mani from Embu Water. We sent to them before here. We continue together. Thank you.
My name is Sam Othiobo, I'm Water Director.
I know it's lunchtime. Try to smile if you we just eat tea.
So we can just stretch. You can stretch. If you haven't seen your neighbor, you can just give them courage.
that lunchtime is coming. So I'll start my presentation is on the tariff guidelines. Please have a seat. Because it's mathematics, we're not doing any calculations. I'm just going to be introducing the concept of tariffs. And then, after lunchtime, we'll pick any question. And you can also talk to me during lunch break for any questions you might have. The legal framework. WASREB is the one with the mandate to set tariffs. It's in the Water Act, section 72, 1B, and also in section 72, 1N, whereby WASREB is charged with coming up with the standards for pricing, sector financing, and through this, we determine all the tariffs for all water service providers in the country. This is a status, I hope you can all see, of all the WSPs in Tana and the status of their tariffs. I won't go step by step. If you see your WSP, you can pick, but you can see almost the first 7 are expired, and they haven't submitted an application to WASREB. The next lots are being reviewed by WASREB, and only 3 are valid in the Tana region. We go to Northern, again, only 1 is valid, 2 are expired, and the rest have not made any application to WASREB. The last one, I've added this because I know there's a team from AHI that has walked in. There's a Ruru Juja Kiambu, that's the status of their tariffs. There's also, I've added the bulk supply. There are 2 applications with WASREB because they also affect the WSP's presence. So there's Karimeni, and there's also the local collector tariff, which we have just received. So I think for the benefit of the CEO, I am just giving a status update of the tariffs. This is the Tana region. This is the Northern region. And lastly, this is for API, for the WSPs that are present. Which indicates everyone here is rich because most of you have either not applied or your tariffs have expired and you haven't applied to renew them. So I start with this quote because tariff is all about data. Tariff is how you make money. Because you might have all these grand plans of what we want to do, but if we don't have a tariff, it means that you're not able to finance your operations. So I'll just give a brief background of what entails going through the guidelines, and I will just be indicating the changes that are coming up in the new guidelines. So when you're applying for a tariff, you give us a status of how your operations are. Basically, we need to know how much water are you producing, how much water are you selling, what are the costs that you're incurring to be able to do this service, to supply Wanjiku with the water. For us to be able to do that, we assume a good year, it's called a base year. So for example, when you apply, the data for 2022-2023 is the most recent year. And we assume for the next 4 years, you're going to be operating at the same level. And we give you money to do that. However, in that time, because you are an intern for your company, you're going to tell us that currently I'm at X, but I want to do Y, Z, the cost of power is going up, I want to do a new project, I want to clean my water more. It's like a wish list. And once you give us those proposals, we're able to use the skill set that we have, we will determine how much we charge for every unit of water. How does the process go? 1, we receive an application by the WSP. Once we receive an application, that's not when we start counting, because the law requires us to review the tariff within 6 months. But it means a complete application. So the first time most companies make an application, it's not complete. There are many gaps, and we understand that. So we request for you to enhance your data up to the point where it's complete. Once it's complete, we evaluate it, we sit and discuss, we bring the waterworks on board, we bring the county on board, any other stakeholder. Then we go to the most important stakeholder, who is the consumer. We have a meeting, we have the discussions, we listen to their views because that's what the Constitution asks us to do. We present it to our board for approval, then we gazette it. Once we gazette
gazette, that's when you can say you have a tariff. Because once it's gazetted, it becomes law. After it's gazetted, if your tariff lifespan is 5 years, every year WASREP comes to inspect to ensure that you're charging the correct tariff. If you're not, we penalize you and we ask you to refund. Also, we try and understand why you're doing that, because it becomes law. If you say it's 20 shillings, if you charge 25, the 5 shillings are the legal charge and it's refunded, and vice versa. So that's just a background to bring us all to speed. Why are we revising the guidelines? One, because the old guidelines were aligned to Water Act 202. We now have Water Act 2016. I'm also aligned to the fact that we have an amendment, 2023. Again, the regulations have also been amended to 2023. So we are trying to align the tariff guidelines to these new and upcoming laws. Why the guidelines? They're just supposed to guide all licensed water service providers in the sector. So for the first thing where you have to start is to be licensed. The license application ideally should come with a tariff application, because the license is what gives you the mandate to operate, and the license gives you a responsibility. But then the tariff gives you the resources to discharge that responsibility. So these guidelines will guide you as you're making your tariff application. So what changes have been made? One, we have introduced the bulk supplier. Initially, it was envisioned that bulk supply would only happen between two water service providers. But now, there is this bulk supply that's been coming, whereby the waterworks and even national water have been given a responsibility to supply bulk water. So the guidelines had not envisioned this, the old ones, and we are revising this one to allow the bulk supply. When I was giving a status of the tariff applications, I indicated we have already had two, one for Karimenu and another by the Northern Collector Tunnel, and the other review. Two, the guidelines they're introducing the clarity on consumption-based billing. We have scrapped any standing charges for tariffs, be they a flat rate or meter rent, but we allow you to get money from the tariff to either buy new meters, to replace the old ones, or to repair the current ones. So we don't need the meter rent. Again, the consumer will only be allowed to pay for the water that they consume. If they take 2 units, they pay for 2 units. If they take 5 units, they pay for 5 units. 3, we have also included 2 new types of tariff applications. Initially, there was the regular one. When your tariff expires, you apply. There was the indexation, automatic, and then there was also the ETA, the emergency one, that we envisioned this and then something happened. Now we're introducing 2. For companies that have been newly incorporated or have never applied for a tariff, so it guides on how those companies will apply. Again, we're also introducing one if your tariff expires. And for about 1-2 years you have not applied for a new tariff. WASREP, in consultation with the county, will determine a tariff for that WSP and impose it on that company. Some companies wait 5, 10, 15 years. By the time you're coming for a tariff review, it's so significant and it looks punitive, but it's supposed to be weighted. But if you have been doing the 3-5 year cycle, it will be okay. 4, sanitation levy. Now sanitation levy is going to be operationalized, because initially in the old guidelines we had the sanitation services tariff, but now it's a levy. And it will be a percentage of the consumer bill in areas whereby the company has not been able to reach all the consumers with sewerage services. 5, all WSPs will be required to conduct a tariff study. Initially, it was based on the revenue, but now all the WSPs will be required to conduct tariff studies. 6, annual indexation. All companies will qualify for annual indexation. Initially, it was only the large and the very large, but now all companies, meaning you get a tariff in year 1, then every year your tariff is adjusted for inflation, just like our power tariffs, but it's conditional, based on how you're performing on personnel and annual water. 7, and last, all the tariffs have been aligned to the license. So there are 3 classes of license. There's a type 1 WSP, whereby you're commercially viable. Then there's a B, where you're not yet there, but you're doing okay. Then there's a C, whereby the company is struggling and might require subsidy. So the license category that you fall in will determine the tariff category that you fall in. The difference is the more viable you are, the lower the tariff you will get. And the less viable you are, the shorter the tariff you will get, because you need to be helped through until you're commercially viable. I have tried to speak like a German machine car. We have finished. Maliza, I know once we go for lunch, we can think over what I have discussed, and you can ask the questions after lunch when you have sugar in our body, and the sugar level will be better. So see you with your guidance. You can proceed, or we can receive one or two questions.
Thank you, Emily. Let's appreciate her for what is the, are we still energized enough to engage for 15 minutes, then we break for lunch at 1:30? Yes. We come back at 2:30, we do the other two, possibly we break by around 4:30, 4:35. Sawa? Yes. So, get back to the podium and be ready for the questions, unless if you don't have enough sugar. If you don't have, we shall help you. We have enough. And as we have agreed, really, it's not so much questions and answers, it's your views. Are we together? So can we possibly get a round of one? Like 3, 4, or 5 questions at most. Then we do another one, and we close at that. And again, on this tariff as well, if you have serious comment that you think can improve the guideline, tariff guideline, please submit to Morana. Thank you. So, Kimodo, Director Chair, Parewa, Waroiru Juja, MD Nyeri, my good friend there, this other one. Nani yako na wacha tuanze huko na tutakuja mbele. Nani yako na hiyo mic shika hiyo. I saw Yator walking out, I thought he was having a mic.
Thank you very much. Mine is on the bulk water. I'm seeing the bulk water supply as a threat to the water companies, because when you sell the water at a cheaper price and then they supply the consumers at a higher price, they end up enriching themselves instead of getting from the water companies. Thank you very much.
Mine is a clarification on the sanitation levy. I want to know whether they will be replacing the sewer charge and how probably they will be applied. Thank you.
My name is Mr.
And please, I wish you can be upstanding
okay,
so that we hear you better.
Yeah, my name is Patrick Mano, manager Tana Water Development Agency. My question is on bulk water, especially when it comes to the calculation. There is the older calculator that is there for WASWEB that was meant for household tariff and not basically for bulk water. Now that you have gone to bulk water, there is the one big area called operation and maintenance and optimal staffing cost when you go to your calculator. And that's the big issue we have. And we think by your expert, I'm an economist and a statistician at the same time. And as we give this bill to you, we are giving a very technical submission to you. And I hope the technicians who came up with their tariff calculation can also borrow from other experts. The optimal O&M and the optimal staffing costs do not take consideration that the Bulk Water Supply Act, which is there, is that the WWDA, when it is registered as a Bulk Water WSP, they will take over the water treatment because they must give the mainstream WSP already treated water. So, already the WSPs that are there currently are operating the water treatment. All of them, they are operating the water treatment. Here are WWDAs that are supposed to take over this and sell the same to the WSP in bulk water tariff, which was already done under your initial tariff. And the optimal, the O&M, and the optimal staffing cost had taken into consideration the respective WSP tariff. This is very technical. Now, when you go to the calculation of the bulk water tariff, where the WWDA takes over the water treatment, because they must give treated water to the WSP. At that point, WASLEB is supposed to take a 4% in your calculate, a 4% based on the initial time. At the same time, you are supposed to, if I may be collected, you are supposed also to collect 4% in the calculator from the bulk water time. My question is, to avoid double time when it comes to O&M and optimal staff cost, at what point do you input the water treatment? Because this is the whole conventional. Most of the technical person from the WSP are not aware of those calculations. But WASLEB should come up very clear on the treatment, on how we treat the O&M and optimal staffing. Whereas you charge 4% on the WSP tariff, should you at the same time charge the 4% on the bulk water tariff? That's the bone of contention. And I hope the technical experts within WASLEB, the WSPs and WDAs can come. I don't know the area of expertise, but to me, I've interrogated the two. And this is where the rubber meets the road. If we charge the initial water tariff, at the same time charge at the bulk water, that will amount to double charging of the same customer who is consuming. WSP feeds the households. This bulk water is supposed to feed the same people. So when it comes to optimal staff cost, so that this is very easy for all of us, and for all the WWDAs, and for all the WSP. I hope WASLEB will allow that this O&M and this optimal staffing cost is agreed upon by the various WSPs and WWDAs even before submission to you. Because this is where what will put the cost of water in our country very high.
Thank you.
Thank you. CEO, we know that tariff calculation is a science, and science hates zero. Because if you subject anything to zero, you end up with a zero. But when you look at how operations are, particularly for the rural WSPs, most of the residents there are able to harvest water. So during the rainy seasons, you may not collect anything from those consumers at all. So I think on the interest of time, I think you can allow us to send a memorandum explaining the reasons why at least the zero billing should come back, so that the WSP is able to collect at least some small amount from every consumer. Because we have some standing expenses like personnel that you cannot go home because it is during the rainy season. Chemicals, electricity, and others you can reduce by producing less. But others, you can't be able to do anything. So I think since we're around the Mount Kenya region, where rain is plenty, I think you can make some memorandum, then send. Then on the indexation, then the issue of indexation, the formula should be adjusted a little bit so that the part for inflation is not conditional. Because every WSP is affected by inflation, whether you have improved in personnel expenditure or NRW. So if you make it that you can only get indexation when you have performed in personnel expenditure and NRW, then most of the WSPs may not qualify for indexation. And it is also general knowledge in the sector that these two elements are the ones that WSPs are really struggling with. Personnel expenditure, I think it was alluded to, and also NRW. Currently, the NRW in the sector stands at averages of 45%. So if we say that if the sector itself as a large has been unable to bring this value down, most of the WSPs will never ever benefit from this indexation. Then we have the urban WSPs. We have a sewer only tariff. We want to see how WhatsApp can look at it, because due to the shortage of water, most of the people have other sources, particularly in the urban areas. Guys who have huge multi-dwelling units, they have other alternative sources. It is very difficult for us as WSPs to go and meet those sources. So when you tell us that we should subject the sewer only tariff to the metered source, it is a bit difficult for us to be able to meter that source. And even when you meter, you rely on their own meter. You are not sure of how the meter, whether it is calibrated to lead smaller units or other issues. So we want to have a sewer only tariff that is a bit commensurate to the outflow that is coming from certain premises. Currently, the domestic only sewer tariff is only 350 shillings. And I'm very sure the MDs who are here, for you to connect a domestic consumer, if you charge 350 per month, you may take a very long time before you recover your costs. Then finally, KRI has refused to listen to the water sector at all. And I see the guideline is still not very clear on taxation. So we need to be alive to the fact that we are not going to move away from taxation. So we need to see how to bring taxation to the tariff, so that when KRI comes and asks us to pay 16% on effluent discharge on the sewer, we have that money in the tariff. Because currently, there's no money for taxation in the tariff, but KRI always asks for that money. Thank you.
Can we, okay.
Increasing cost of production, inputs, and also inflation in terms of the dollar. So we find you may get 5% or 6%, but when you look at the cost of production overall in a certain period, sometimes it goes all the way to 20%. Now having a tariff and having a longer tariff is good, but probably there should be a provision for a mid-term review, because we may have a tariff going for, say, too long. Then so much changes, and the indexation, which is crucial review, is not adequate. Maybe that area we can look into. Thank you.
Thank you. We can. So, nataka kuweka rivers here. thought you were coming this way.
You, I think, the board has mentioned whatever is there to talk around the tariff, so we can do a memorandum and then submit. That's what I wanted to mention as issues. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we stop there. Respond to those many comments. We'll help you any devices. Then we'll come to start it from there, right? So you begin to answer back your table. So Emily, go.
Briefly, for the bulk supply, the question that was asked, the bulk supply is selling at a lower rate, is a confusion between the community project and the bulk supply. The bulk supply in this case is envisioning the water works agency or a body that is created by the government to sell to a licensed WSP. So they just be selling to you and then you put it in your tariff. For the community water projects, the ones that are regulated, they usually come to us just the way you as a WSP come to us. And they are serving a certain area. If they are serving people within your area, now that's another discussion. But the bulk supply I was alluding to was the one, for example, Tana Waterworks sells to Mary Water or sells to Clean Water. That's the one. For the sanitation levy, on how will it apply, it doesn't scrap the sewerage levy or the sewerage tariff. All it does, it complements it. So, in the discussions that have been had, all consumers who are within your system will be required to pay a certain amount, like a 1% of their bill, and that money will be put in a fund. And that fund will now be used to reach the consumers who are not able to get the sewer line with the non-sewer sanitation. That's how it will apply, to complement, not scrap. Again, the calculation, to my fellow economists, the principles of calculating the bulk tariff are the same. You take all the total costs incurred divided by the volumes you are able to sell. However, it's based on the assumption that the bulk supplier is supplying huge volumes. So they should be able to leverage on that and economies of scale to be able to produce at a cheaper cost than if the WSP does it. Again, for the 4%, it's collected at source. For example, the WSP. It will not be collected from the waterworks. However, a small fee is being considered to be charged because there's a cost that comes with administering that tariff. Because once you apply, as at WASREP, there is effort that you're going to put in to determine that tariff. So that will be confirmed in the final guidelines, but the 4% will be collected at the WSP. Again, for the flat rate, it's just you've had it. I've had it severally. I think when you go back, we have a discussion also with the bigger team to see how practical this is. For indexation, the formula, again, this is coming up, because indexation is based on the government records of inflation. So if the government is reporting 9% inflation, we tell you, we'll give you 9% if you've met your target. Then remember, personnel and non-revenue water is not subjected to the standard, it's to the targets you are given. You will find for Yeri, your target for non-revenue water is 20. But maybe for another company, I'm just using Glasgow as an example, maybe it's 50, because currently you're at 60. So we'll give you a target of 55. So it's gauged on the target you are given. And the target varies from WSP to WSP. So it's supposed to push us that inflation is 9%. We want to give you 9% full. However, if we give the full 9% and you're efficient, you're being unfair to the final consumer. That I'll give you 9%, but you're losing more than you're making. However, it is noted, I've seen hands coming up, it's noted, we'll still share that back. For the urban WSPs, clarity on the sewer-only tariff, again, that we'll discuss back. It's a matter arising and it's very litigious, so I guess we'll still discuss that back in the office. And for the zero billing, again, that is also recorded. And CEO taxation especially.
Thank you so much for those questions. Kimozo, I can see now the other shoe is really pinching. And I like the passion that you are prosecuting these issues with. No wonder you received that approach. Of course, we are cognizant of the fact that there are seasons when you may not be supplied water because of rainwater harvesting. And we are encouraging that because we know there are many other inputs that get into that, and our interest is to make our people comfortable. But we know the only way the people can be comfortable is when you, as water companies, are also able to perform. So can we think of how do we allow you recover some costs during that season as opposed to allowing you to sell zero? The late professor, I thought his thesis for his PhD was to prove whether zero is a number. And he proved it is a number, and it remains a number. Yeah? So, of course, the reason why we withdrew the zero rating in the tariff from 0 to 6 to 1 to 6, and Joshua was very vocal. And he contributed immensely on that decision, and we congratulate you for that. It's because there are some WSPs who are also compressors. They know so long as they are getting some money from those non-active connections, they care. And a consumer would come with a statement showing they've not received a single drop of water for a year, with a heap of letters of complaints to the company, and nothing was being done. So we felt obligated as a regulator to say no to zero. And I'm sure if you are seated where I am, you would also say no. But now that you are seated on the other side, you will be saying yes. Let's charge zero. So what is it that we can do to make sure that you are surviving during that season where we are endowed, as opposed to going back to zero? That's an assignment I want to give you, and give us, and others, and give us input to that level. For me, I would rather, even after working out the whole costs without zero, and then we give you a small adjustment, what we call the margin of error, to take care of that, than to allow you to go back to misery. Nasema misery hatutarudi. Kuna ile wimbo inaimbwa. So I wouldn't really want us to go back there, but let's see what is it that we can do, because it's genuine, it's valid. So how can we compensate the WSP so that during that period, those fixed costs, which are not as a result of your inaction, can be recovered. Tuko sawa hapo MDs na wengine. Sema ndio, then hiyo ingine mtaniandikia paper mnitumie. Then we'll look at that. Sawa. For me, that's how I would do it when I'm seated there now. And I'm allowing you that element. But please, let's not go back to zero, because there are many of us who have used that zero. Many. And the Kimoda will tell you the truth. Sini sawa? Yeah, okay. Shout from there.
It is not only rain, sir, but the other unit water projects, other community water projects. When they are sharing, one have a connection from the water service provider and from also these other projects. The usage of water is so minimal. It is not only rain, but you have other those other water service water users.
Within your service area?
Within our service area.
Why are they there?
They are doing for the irrigation. It's for irrigation.
Oh, for irrigation.
For irrigation. And they are supplementing the domestic water.
Yeah, of course.
Yes, I think these are the scenarios. We go ahead.
Yeah, so let's look for a solution of how we then compensate for those. And that's why I'm calling the margin of error. I don't want us to go back to zero, please. Sawa. Then let's get a proposal. If it is for irrigation, that's fine. And I know that's for me, like where I come from, my rural area, still not treated water. So I use the raw water. And I know if I had a connection in Naripa Mtu na niko na hiyo irrigation, which will be far cheaper, then I wouldn't bother with you. But if it was another service provider, encroaching into your area, then I've said let's deal with it. But if it is irrigation, then let's put all those factors in that memo. Work with the Kemoto. You can work as a team. It doesn't have to come from one WSP. Share before we leave. Then you can give us that. Then so that we go for lunch, I'm feeling a bit angry. The issue of KRA. I remember one time we sat with KRA and we agreed. Have they come back, or are we the ones not meeting our obligations? Because I remember, which year was that? Who was in that meeting at Kenya School of Monetary Studies, around 2016 or 17. I brought KRA and all the WSPs together, and we had a very good time. We discussed all those things, and we left with an agreement. Was there anybody in this room who was in that meeting? We can still organize another one. If they are insisting on you paying 16% on the sewer, I thought we zero-rated. It's zero-rated.
But there's a time frame that is still in operation. There's that, and then also on some of the capitalization, some of the works that WSPs do, some of them they are saying it's O&M, but it's supposed to be capitalized. So that's usually the point of attention.
Okay. Ours, maybe early next year, we organize for another consultative, a training come a consultative working group with KRI. I will prioritize that. At least I have a very good working relationship with them. You can take advantage of my presence before it expires. Sawa. Then, of course, on indexation, we value, but there are parameters that we must meet. We must be progressively improving in our KPIs. And we had picked the most that would have major impact almost immediately if we improved on, besides the US dollar issue and the inflation issue. So the team we have had will look at that and see how else do we then possibly make it better. It's in our best interest that you are doing your best, that you are able to serve, that you are able to deliver your mandate, but in a most efficient and effective manner. And I think that we are all in unison. Now, on the issue of bulk water costing, my friend from Tana, you really relevant to explain. We are not overcharging. We also cognizant. We can't charge about 4% levy and we go to the WSP and put another 4%. Would be a very responsible regulator. We will see at what point. Right now we are not charging the bulk suppliers anything. It's 0% because we know that water will come to you. But because we must also inspect them and do a number of things, we'll see how what we'll put, a margin of error again. We'll work on that. Then, yesterday I spent the whole day discussing the philosophy between the WWDAs and the water companies. At what point do you meet? The ideal situation would be where you are selling raw water to the water companies. They treat it and move on. That to me would have been a very quick and straightforward approach. But if you are like Tana now, if you are to come here and you say I want to supply them with treated water, that means you are getting into their treatment plant, which is already operational. Or are you going to develop another parallel treatment, plant? So if you are to get into their treatment plant, do we transfer it to you together with all the members of staff and associated costs? Now those are the questions we are asking ourselves. And again, remember, we are living in a country which is governed by law. There is the constitution which is free, which involves water service provision. So we must really be very, very clear so that we don't cause, instead of bringing in efficiencies, we bring in inefficiencies and we cause commotion among the two levels of government. We reverse to 2013. We settled very well with the COG now, and that's why you can see Wasiri here. I'm sure only that I didn't talk to the Wasiri around. She would also have been here. We are now working very well. And I wouldn't want us really to get back where we were in 2013 all the way up to sometimes recently, where the national government will do this, the county government is crying. We are one country serving one people. So that arrangement must be very, very clear. Even as you bring in your application for BAU, sit down with the WSPs and have a very clear philosophy, a very clear understanding of how you're gonna, interface. That will make work easy for us, to make work easy for you, it will make work easy for the WSPs. So I'll stop at that. And I think we had promised, we can take 2-3 other questions in front, then we go for it.
I have been just informed by the administration that they require us to go for lunch, so we're expecting a bigger group.
Oh.
And we can just pause and we proceed after lunch.
Okay. So please hold your questions. Who have marked is up to where hapa Kurundi hivi tuje, we spend another like maybe 10 minutes, we take your questions. The other two guidelines to me are a bit straightforward. I will ask Engineer Yatol to present them and you vote for them. Then we'll improve them as we move on. Si ni kweli? Najua kiatu mpya huwezi jua kama itakufinya au unaweka kwa mguu. Si ni kweli? So Engineer Yatol atatuambia tuende tuvae, then we can say maybe after some time we can have another retreat during our compliance workshops, discuss it and see how the guidelines are performed. Yeah, so I give us direction for lunch.
Lunch is held in a white building downstairs. So
question or comments were two. Without repeating what Moto was saying, I wanted to really, first of all, recommend this issue of sanitation levy. And I also wanted to ask if it can be, because the 1%, like for example, we have some people pay a water bill of 320 shillings. So it's now 1% to be like 3 shillings. Okay, it's really something overall. Maybe you can consider 2%, 3, 4. That's just a suggestion, but we appreciate actually this issue of sanitation levy. The second comment is on these sewerage charges. Currently, it is pegged at 75% of the water consumption. Now, we were trying to look at, like for example, those of us who are serving in both rural and urban. You find that, of course, most of the sewerage connection is in the urban areas. And if you try to look critically on the water usage, you realize that like 100% of that water which is consumed ends up in your sewer system. Because they don't have a garden, there is no, it is paved, a lot of infiltration. So you find that actually the 100% of the water consumed in one way or another, whether you are drinking, whether you are cooking, whether you are washing, it will end up in your sewer system. And on top of that, like you said, most of them also have some water harvesting facilities. So you find that even because of the water harvesting, what gets into your system is even more than what you sell them as water. And on top of that, you find that especially during the rainy season, they direct the storm water somehow. They have a way of cheating us and directing the water, the storm water into our systems. So that's why you find the volumes which get into our sewer system are really huge, and even you can tell from the conversation. So my plea has been that we probably should consider making the water charge, and the water charges to be 100% or at least 95% of the water consumption. Thank you.
So we have discussed the issue of the memorandum. We are requesting with your permission the deadline for submission be pushed forward a little bit so that it is able to accommodate, because for now, if it is 27, we are not able to organize ourselves and have a good memorandum. So we are suggesting we can be pushed to 13th of January 2024 to be able to give a comprehensive memorandum. Yeah.
Thank you. Mine is an observation and a suggestion. The regulatory levy have been based on 4% on yield. It is possible, I really consider, to base it on revenue collected. Simply because at times we give that we need to adjust the errors, so we pay what we have not even realized. So kindly consider basing 4% on a little levy on revenue collected.
Okay, thank you. I'll just answer one and take the rest as recommendations. There was an initiative by Citywide whereby they sat and discussed the range for sanitation levy, and it was ranging between 2.5 to 3%. So that's the rate. Or I'll use 1% as an example. For sewer, the 75% to 100, I guess that one we picked. Again, for the extension of the deadline, our CEO will guide, and then the payment of the regulatory levy. I think those ones are for the desk.
Thank you for those questions. The one for sewer, I agree with everybody that really wants to get into the sewer, particularly in the very urban, likely will be more than the water itself because of the water harvesting component, and at times there is also
in those places where the water is not, the coverage is, the hours of service is not very good. You may find some guys trucking in water and from unmetered wells. Simple. So that I wouldn't agree more. So let's put it to the team that will finally look into this, and we look at the cost implication. Then it's something I think that I wouldn't have any issue with. On the extension, we can do a quiet and gentleman agreement. That if we receive your memorandum, date it and date it within the public participation period, but submit it around the time you are proposing. That is tunaenda sikukuu we shall not be working on the tariff guideline over Christmas. So long as we get your input early in the year, that will really go a long way. But please make sure it's dated within. Yeah. Then on revenue correction versus bidding for the regulatory levy, normally that's what we do. We tell you, pay us based on what you have corrected, then we shall reconcile. See, that's what we do every day. Yeah. I'm sure sijaweka pista kwa kichwa anybody. Nataka 100% of the bidding. So I hear you, what you correct based on your correction efficiency, and give us that one. Then next year, we correct, as you correct more, you continue. So what it will mean, and it will be an accrued, it will be a liability in your books. Yeah. Of course, we continue using bidding as the basis, but payment based on correction. We wouldn't want to kill you as well. And I think that's it. So.
Efficiency matters metering. And this now brings me to the question of, we said about zero. I agree with you, we can't pay, we can't do zero. But I'm only proposing that when we are making guidelines, we leave a provision where, on a case-to-case basis, WASREB can also discuss with the specific WSP on how to handle their tariffs for a particular period. An example is, I am the uppermost intake from Mount Kenya on developing Gazi. And when it rains, I am the first guy to have my intake run over by the flash floods. So what that tells you is, I will find, and because we do partial treatment coordination only, you will find that water with particles into the consumer meters. And if it is not completely clogged, the consumers will still have some water running, but the meter will not be taking readings. Yeah? So that person doesn't complain, he or she gets some little water, but the meter does not run. So I'm saying in such cases, so that we also don't look like people who will never get into good books with the regulator matters tariff, then we could leave a provision that we can have a discussion on how to handle such cases. In the past, it was a no-no. No, you have to follow and follow.
Thank you, thank you. Laws are made for man, not man for all. So even the regulations that we are doing them to serve us. Sawa, win-win. So the team will look into that. So on unique situations, we can always discuss how do we get out of it. Okay, great. Well, unaturudisha tena.
This is a different one, I can show.
Okay.
We've noted that in our county, there's been some discussions around being appointed, WSP being appointed as agent for the county to correct refuse charges. I don't know how this played for us legally, whether we also need some authorization, the county being the owner of the WSPs.
Yes, that we've done particularly for solid waste. We're doing it with Kisumu, I think at Mombasa, in the process. Yeah, so, but of course you have to make reference to us. So long as the water bill is distinct, there is even, I think, a High Court ruling to that extent. It's very well indicated how much are you charging for water, how much are you collecting as an agent of the county for, solid waste or any other service. That's agreeable, but you have to seek regulatory approval. Thank you. So that for record purposes. Yeah. So back to you, Emily. So asante sana for that. I think the others will be quite entertaining as well, but we may not take as long time as we've taken with the other two.
We have two more guidelines to go. One on asset management, and the other one on ability for water. So, Engineer, I think you have about maybe an hour.
Thank you. My name is Levin Abroad. I'm going to take you through two guidelines. One is of asset development for water and sanitation in Kenya, and the other one is for advanced treatment of water technologies. Advanced treatment water technologies to tackle the issues of stability. So we shall start with the first guidelines. I'm sure now we are all energized, ready, and I hope most of us went through the guideline. We had a copy of the guideline on the WhatsApp website. So I hope most of you have had the chance to go through. And I'll just go through a snapshot of what the guideline contains, and thereafter we shall have a discussion. So the outline looks at the following aspects: institutions responsible for water services, asset development, the role of WASREP in asset development, challenges in asset development, what are the guiding principles that guide us in this, and asset development project life cycle, which is very key as we move to develop assets that are supposed to serve our consumers. So I'll start with the first slide. I'm sure most of us have seen this. These are the sector players within the water space. And you can see at the top, the people who deal with policy formulation at the Ministry of Water, Sanitation and Irrigation. Thereafter, for the water service space, we have the Water Services Regulatory Board, which is WASREP, which deals with regulation. We have the Water Works Development Agency and the water service providers who deal with service provision. And lastly, we have our consumers who all these institutions are meant to serve. On the resource side, we have WRA, which is Water Resource Authority, that deals with regulation of the resource. We have the Basin Resource Committees, and we have the Water Resource Users Association. So all these players within the sector space, we can agree that sometimes it can be a bit confusing, and the role of this guideline is to try and bring clarity as who plays what particular role in asset development, so that we're able to streamline the asset development function within our counties. Look at the role of duty bearers. Who is supposed to do asset development, and what are the roles of the national and county governments respectively? On the national government, the assigned roles are ownership of national public works. We have regulation of water resources, which is done by WRA, regulation of water services, which is done by WASREP. At the county government level, the assigned roles, we have water service provision, which we have most of our water service providers as agents of the county government. to do this service. Sanitation management, which also falls under the WSPs. We have county protection and we have county public works. So you can see out of the shared function, planning is a shared function between the two levels of government. Monitoring and enforcement is also a shared function within the two levels of government. Development of infrastructure, which is also a shared function between both levels of government. Storage and flood control. So we look at the role of WASREG in asset development. Why are we making these guidelines? The primary interest of WASREG is to protect the interest and rights of consumers in provision of water services. This is according to the Water Act, Section 70. And thus the functions that are given to WASREG under the Water Act Section 72. We have the Section 72A. One is to determine and prescribe standards for water service and sanitation provision. Section 72F, monitor compliance with standards in design, construction, operation and maintenance of such facilities, water services. Inspection of waterworks and water services to ensure they meet the prescribed standards, that is Section I. And lastly, Section N, make regulations on water services and asset development, i.e. business, investment and financing plans. So you can see the role of WASREG in asset development for us is to guide the sector and make sure that we have sector standards to be used in asset development. So I'll pose a question to the audience. What are the challenges that you're currently facing in development of water and sanitation assets? You have the water, perhaps we'll start with you, the back. Tana. What challenges are you facing? Okay. You can get the mic.
Funding is one of the challenges.
Funding is one of the challenges.
Okay, thank you. Perhaps you can get a response from one of the judges. Can tell us what challenges are you facing?
My name is Muyuki Yotonga. I think the next challenge will be obtaining the necessary waves.
Okay. We have a challenge in funding waves. What are the challenges? So we face no challenge when developing assets.
Ownership at times is also a major challenge.
Okay.
And especially like where, if I were to be more specific, like in Water where a major development was done by Jenga. So these are not equivalent, it's at what cost? And who is the owner? Is it the WSP? Is it the county? Is it the nation? Some of that.
Okay. So we have also a challenge in knowing who owns what, and the ownership aspects of the structure. So you can see that we face various challenges, and all this we are trying to address these guidelines so that we try and streamline the process of asset development, so that as we move to develop assets, we develop assets that serve the common mananchi, and we're able to streamline some of this process. So I'll go to the guiding principles. Some of the guiding principles here. We have at the strategic planning. At the national level, we have the Kenya Vision 2030. We all know the Kenya Vision 2030 and SDG 6. We promised ourselves that we're going to have universal water coverage by the year 2030. So you can see at the national level, currently we're in the 60s. We ask ourselves, are we going to achieve universal water coverage by the year 2030? I pose the questions here. We have the sector players in this region. So the next one, we have the National Water and Sanitation Service Strategy. This is for the year 2019 to 2030. We have the National Water Investment Plan, NAWASIP, for the year 2023 to 2030. At the county or regional levels, You have the County Integrated Development Plan, the CIDPs, these are for each counties. And you also have the Water and Sanitation Master Plans developed for each Waterworks Development Agency region. You also have the Responsive and Resilient Infrastructure, which is also a guiding principle. We need to be avoiding environmental impacts, is also something we need to consider. Sustainable technologies, which minimizes carbon footprint, emissions, waste and other pollutions, is also something that guides us. We also have equity and inclusiveness in service provision, is also something that is key. And transparency and participation, and lastly, capacity building. So these are the aspects that we also need to consider as we move to develop assets. Under the asset life cycle, I hope you can clearly see the diagram here. This describes the asset life cycle. One is the identification and planning. Next, we go to appraisal and preparation, the tendering, acquisition and implementation, operate, maintenance and monitoring, which is the O&M of the assets, the decommissioning, either through replacement or disposal of the assets. So we are going to cover each of these project lifecycle aspects and see how we can best adopt this so that we're able to have efficient infrastructure. Under the planning and identification, what do we do under this stage? Here, problem identification is what we need to do. We need to consult the National Development Plan, which I've highlighted. We also need to look at the county integrated development plans, the CIDPs for our various counties, sector investment plan, all these documents are available, sector policy documents, need to look at existing studies, need to look at what stakeholders we are dealing with. So here we'll be able to identify the problem so that we're able to see how best we can serve or try and see how to best deal with the problem. Next, where we do stakeholder analysis and consultation, which is also very key. We need to make sure that each of our stakeholders are consulted through each and every step. And then we need to formulation of project activities and strategy alignment. This is also something that is involved under this stage. And at the next stage, we have the appraisal and preparation. Here, what is key is the feasibility study. A feasibility study analyzes the viability of a project to determine whether the project is likely to succeed. There are various forms of feasibility. One is legal feasibility. Technical feasibility also needs to be looked at. Environmental feasibility, socioeconomic feasibility, which is also key, and lastly, financial feasibility. So all this needs to be done at this stage so that we're able to have an effective project. Next is the engineering design. Here is where we're able to design the project and see how best we're able to construct. And here we have various design standards. One, we have the practice manual for water supply services. We have the practice manual for sewerage and sanitation services in Kenya. This is for December 2008. We have the practice manual for small dams, ponds, and other conservation structures in Kenya. This is the second edition of 2015. And lastly, we have industry best practice, which we also need to consult so that all our projects meet international standards. We also have the tendering stage, which can face a lot of challenges. For public entities, procurement of goods and services shall be guided by the Public Procurement and Disposal Act. I'm sure you're all aware of this act, and any applicable regulations and legislation. This is something most of us are very familiar with, and it's something that is key in the tendering stage for public entities. All goods, works, and services to be procured according to an approved procurement plan. So each WSP needs to have a procurement plan, and there are various regulations that deal with this. This is Regulation 115 and 114 of the PFM Act, PFM Regulations of 2015. Also, the bidding documents for procurement of works, which include the general conditions of contract. Particular conditions of contract may be aligned to International Federation of Consulting Engineers FIDIC contract so that we're able to have a smooth project implementation. Next, on the implementation stage, here, there are various activities involved. One is establishment of a contract management team, the contract administration, which goes through all the construction phases, monitoring compliance and performance during construction. We need to make sure that we manage any delays that may arise during the construction process. We need to manage the relationships. We are aware that there are very many stakeholders that are involved in each project, so we need to manage these relationships well. We need to manage changes, either due to change orders, claims that may arise due to unforeseen and risks, events, and any disputes that may arise during the construction. We also need to be administrating payments correctly so that we're able to finish this project. And lastly, the commissioning and acceptance, etc. All these aspects that go through the implementation stage. Also, in the implementation stage, there's something very key here. According to the Water Act Section 68D, the Water Works Development Agency shall also provide technical services and capacity building to such county governments and water service providers within its service area as they may be requested. So it is also a duty of the Water Works Development Agency to make sure that any lessons learned or any technical skills that are involved in that project are also transferred to the county entities, which is the water service providers, so that as they run any projects, they have the necessary skills and competence to effectively manage the project. So here, the implementing agencies shall implement the entire phase. You can see what the county government, water service providers, and stakeholders are key. So this is a brief snapshot of what was in this guideline. It was meant to try and highlight the various stages in construction and try and bring to light the all sector plans, this information, so that as we move to implement our projects, we're able to effectively deliver this. So I shall go to the next guideline, which is the guideline on stability. Perhaps we'll take the questions from you.
Just before we go to the next one, to be clarified, how you're going to work in conjunction with the water resource management authority, especially the design of dams, for example, because according to the Act, we are the ones that have that responsibility of approval of the dam design, and also how you're going to work with the Public Procurement Act that also has the role of management of contract on the sector standards. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. You can see the aspect of relationship management is something that I highlighted as something which is very key. Even within the regulatory space, we have various players, such as the Water Resource Authority, who has specific mandates that are given to them according to the Water Act. So as sector players, we need to see and sit down with these other sister agencies of ours so that we're able to streamline the processes and not have any bottlenecks in project implementation. On the aspect of the Public Procurement Disposal Act and the responsibilities in approval and management of contracts, perhaps I'd welcome my legal colleague to assist me on that. Yes, perhaps she can also, you can clarify the question so that can be assisted on that.
You see, by nature of operations guidelines are things that more than we need to be implemented in one way or another.
Perhaps could you speak up? You can hear clearly.
Okay. Much better?
Yes.
I was saying by nature of operation guidelines are done not to be in ways but to be implemented. So whatever it is that WASLED is doing will have to be that will bring the confusion, where do I start and where do I end? And since the law has already given that mandate to determine what are the regulatory, that one, what is new in this one, and is it introduce confusion? That is one. When it comes to procurement, the guidelines are even immense. I think if there's anything that is regulated in this country, it's procurement and contract management. That has been done. Now, you have introduced something else from what we do with the contract. We have to have another committee, we have to have another system. Now, when we do not, will we be in contravention of the guidelines? Are they in contradiction with the procurement guidelines? Are they necessary? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Perhaps I'll start with the first one. Allow me to get something. I did this slide on the role of WASREG in asset development, and you can see under section 72, WASREG has been given various responsibilities in asset development, and they're as follows. One was to determine and prescribe standards, water service provision, monitor compliance with standards in design, construction, operation and maintenance of facilities, inspect water works and services to ensure they meet the prescribed standards, make regulation of water services and asset development. The role of these guidelines is not to introduce unnecessary bottlenecks within the water space. The role of these guidelines are to ensure that sector standards in design and construction, operation and maintenance of facilities are available for use for each and every sector player. These guidelines are supposed to bring clarity whenever we have some gray areas. And as WASREG, our objective is not to introduce unnecessary bottlenecks, such as submission of approvals or submission of design for approvals by WASREG before implementation. Ours is to make sure that the specific design standards are followed, and each and every sector player that is involved in this process ensures that each project is done to the industry standard. So on the aspect of WRA approval of dams, I think that is something that is ongoing with the current revision of the Water Act. So it is something that we can look at and see, is it the most effective way to go through construction of dams. However, room for that is not closed. I think there was a public participation scheduled for that, and we shall air the concerns that have been brought by the team so that we're able to have effectiveness in service delivery. I don't know if that answers your question. Yeah. I'll go to the next guideline, and then we can have a plenary after we go through this one. The next guideline is the guideline on application of advanced water treatment technologies in Kenya. We all understand that we have been facing challenges in our various WSPs in treating water, and this guideline aims to introduce alternative methods for treating water so that we're able to know within the Kenyan space what is available and what we can adopt. So here we look at the legal framework, the rationale, purpose of the guidelines, the basic concepts on water supply systems, overview of advanced water treatment technologies, and what business opportunities are available. So look at the legal framework. This one we're all aware of. Established in 1970, which I've highlighted. The main interest of WASREG and objective is to protect the interests and rights of consumers, This one I've highlighted. I've also highlighted this one in the previous presentation, the role of WASREB in setting standards and enforcing regulations that guide the sector. So I'll skip that. Also, I've highlighted our legal framework under Section 72. So I'll go straight into the meat of this. The rationale for having this guideline, we are aware that the access ratio for safe drinking water in Kenya still remains relatively low at 59%. This is according to UNICEF. And one of the reasons behind this figure is that the water supply cannot keep up with the growing population in urban areas. We agree that we have been having a very high rural to urban migration, and keeping up with the demand is something that we have been having as a challenge in this country, and we need to find better ways of trying to deal with this problem. Water service providers also have difficulties in securing a piece of land, expanding their facilities to meet the ever-growing demand. This is also a problem. In most urban areas, it's difficult for us to find huge parcels of land for us to keep expanding. So we need to find innovative ways to use smaller spaces to meet the same objective. Secondly, also, many providers that treat water from river and reservoirs are struggling with the highly turbid raw water flowing into their systems, mainly in rainy seasons. This is something we've also been observing as we monitor the KPI and drinking water quality. During the rainy season, the aspect of turbidity becomes difficult to deal with, mostly in areas where we do not get their water from a protected catchment. I'm sure the people from Northeastern, if they're drawing from rivers, the aspect of turbidity during rainy season becomes something even your treatment plant can't handle. And conventional treatment plants are not capable of effectively treating turbid water, and they are forced to significantly lower the supply volume to meet water quality standard, or to simply supply water without proper treatment. So this is also an observation that has been made, and the introduction of this guideline gives the option of a different alternative or an alternative solution to treating water within the Kenyan water space. So the rationale, what are the advantages? This advanced treatment completely eliminates impurities, including fluorine-resistant microorganisms, such as that one stated. You have the minimum requirement system footprint. This one uses a smaller area of land as compared to conventional treatment. We have automatic operation leading to labor costs and reduction. We have all been saying personnel cost is something that is skyrocketing within our utilities, so we need to find innovative ways to deal with this. And the capability of treating high turbid water, the aspect of turbidity, we might need to adopt a better treatment technology for us to deal with the turbidity problems during rainy seasons. So the purpose of this guideline is to make sure that water quality improvement, one is water quality improvement, that is one, turbidity reduction and other benefits that I've previously highlighted. Public health protection, these advanced technologies removes pathogens, which sometimes need further treatment in conventional systems. Compliance with regulations, which is national and international drinking water treatment standards, drinking water quality standards. Are we able to meet this with the current conventional treatments? A question I've posed to ourselves. Optimizing the treatment process, which is a guide to selection appropriate water treatment technologies. So this one offers a better or more optimal treatment process. Resilience to climate change. Some of these technologies might have a smaller carbon footprint. And lastly, research and development. This one will encourage research, promotion, and adoption of emerging and more effective treatment methods. So on the basic concept of a water supply system, I'm sure all of us are aware of the water supply process. You can see water comes from a catchment. It is abstracted, treated, distributed to the consumers. So the treatment process, the conventional treatment process goes through coagulation, flocculation, sedimentation, sand filtration, which could also be replaced by membrane filtration, and post-chlorination. So this is the basic process we take in a conventional water treatment process, and we go straight into what the membrane filtration offers and its advantages. So we ask ourselves, where is this technology being used? Membrane treatment facilities using membranes such as ultrafiltration UF and microfiltration membranes, MF membranes, began in France, United States, Australia, and other several countries in the 1980s. So you can see it's a technology that has been in use for over 40 years. Since membrane filtration technology can produce more water than conventional facilities in the same footprint, use of membrane filtration expanded quickly as the population grew. I think we also at this stage can see we are having the rapid urban migration, and the population keeps rising, and we don't have enough land to keep meeting the demand. Since then, several large-scale water treatment facilities with a capacity of greater than 150,000 meters cubed per day have been installed in these countries in the mid-2000s to treat water, surface water as a primary source. The record of mass infection cases such as cryptosporium in tap water and settled in Japan in 1996 accelerated the introduction of membrane filtration as a medium to large-scale access across the nation. So you can see some of these advanced treatment processes have the capability of filtering any pathogens that may be within our water. So we can ask ourselves, what is a membrane? When I say a membrane, what comes to mind? Yes? Okay. Can you pass the mic, please?
It seems like it's a growth, but it's a filter.
Okay, that's a good one. Can be Meta, you can tell us what comes to mind? What is a membrane? Can give it to MD. I can see. Okay, a screen or media. That's one last one from this side.
I think it's sort of a strainer.
A strainer, yes. You can see MD, you're very right. You can see here, there is an application of a membrane in everyday use. You can see here, for those ones who like tea, you can see that the tea bag is a membrane. Yeah? And on the right, you can see the hands pouring a cup of tea or coffee. You can see a membrane is a strainer or a material, a filter media that restricts movement of certain particles to the opposite side. So you're all right in this. So a membrane is a selective barrier that allows things, such as raw water in our case, to pass through and stops other contaminants by sealing and diffusion mechanism. Filtration is the process of filtering something. So you can see a membrane is something that acts as a selective barrier to restrict certain particles from going to the opposite side. You can see in the diagram, we have the larger blue particles being restrained from going to the different side, and only the green particles were able to permeate through the membrane. And the process is called filtration. So membrane filtration is a technique that filters particles and colloidal materials in water using a membrane. It is based on the sieving mechanism, i.e. particles in water that are smaller than the sieve holes, such as the membrane pores, are thoroughly removed. You can see from the diagram, I don't know if it is clear, can expand the diagram. You can see here that there are various particles such as clay, the large molecule substances, the microfloc. You can see from the pore size, only something that is smaller than the pore size is allowed to permeate or filter through the membrane or filter media. So this is the whole process of membrane filtration. There are various types of membranes that are used. One is the reverse osmosis RO membrane. We have nanofiltration NF membrane, ultrafiltration UF membrane, microfiltration MF membrane, and all these membranes are defined by the size of the materials they require to filter, and each of them can filter material of a specific size. I'm sure most of us who use groundwater sources are familiar with the RO, which is the reverse osmosis, which is commonly used in the Kenyan market to filter ions in our groundwater sources. So you can see from the diagram, each membrane has a specific pore size, the smallest being the RO membrane, and you can see what we currently use for conventional treatment, the sun filtration. You can see the pore sizes range from around 1 to greater than 100. The MF membrane is the largest of the membranes here. The MF membrane ranges from 0.01 to around almost 10. The UF membrane ranges from 0.001 to 0.1, and the smallest is the RO. Each of these is able to remove specific items. You can see RO, being the smallest, can remove ions which are within our water. UF can remove viruses and clay substances, which can also be removed by MF membranes. And the MF membrane is able to remove a majority of the aspects that we want to filter, which is the bacteria, E. coli, metal hydroxides, silt, and colloids. So as we move to select a suitable filter media, it is prudent for us to consider what exactly do we want to remove from our water systems. So filtration, membrane and membrane modules. The membrane module is a container or framework that holds the membrane and elements inside so that they can be used together practically. Their design takes account of many factors such as compactness, anti-clogging properties, and ease of membrane element replacement. So you can see in the diagram we have an example of a membrane module. This one uses the hollow fiber type of membrane, and you can see the other uses the casing type, which is the rigid container. And we have other forms of casing, such as the flat sheet type of membrane, which are also used. So this is just a highlight of one of the many membrane modules available in the global market. So the membrane modules, you can see one of the membrane modules, we have the hollow fiber submerged type. This one holds membrane elements fixed to a rigid framework and is submerged into a water tank. This type of membrane module has its own advantages, as it can be used or incorporated into the current conventional treatment, and therefore would not need to develop or abandon the existing T1s that we have. So membrane module and operations, how do we operate this? One, we have the dead end filtration or the external, how do they work? And secondly, we have the cross-flow filtration. You can see here how the filter works. One, the dead end, raw water is pumped from one side of the membrane to the other, and the water permeates from one side to the other. On the cross-flow filtration, water goes inside the membrane, and we have the membrane on both sides, and we have flow on both sides, so it's able to permeate from inward outwards. So you can see the flow of the water, sorry. You can see the flow of the water on that. So these are the two types of ways in which a membrane. This also depends on the type of membrane used. You can see the cross-flow filtration. This one mainly works on the hollow fiber membranes, and the dead end filtration, this one works for the flat sheet type of membranes. Membrane cleaning, which is also something that is key. As filtration continues, deposition of particles captured by the membrane will inhibit flow through the membrane. Thus, backwashing and air scrubbing can be conducted. So you can see the process of backwashing. It is a reverse of what the filtration process was. In the first instance where we had the dead-end filtration process, you can see that backwashing is the exact opposite, where water is pumped from outwards so that it's able to remove any particles that are blocked. For the cross-flow filtration, the water is pumped from outside inwards so that it is able to clean any particles that are there, and the discharge particles can be removed so that we're able to have an effective cleaning process. Still a continuation on backwashing and scrubbing. In general, after continuing filtration for 30 to 20 minutes, this is a single filtration cycle. Backwashing is performed for 30 to 60 seconds at a time, or up to twice as high than the membrane permeate flux. So this one is determined by the design and the permeate flux of the membrane. So as the design is done, we need to consider that if the filtration continues without backwashing, the permeate flux will keep rising and the effectiveness of the membrane will reduce in trying to filter any material. So it's key to perform backwashing and scrubbing to dislodge any particles that are stuck within the membrane. So the filtration principle and method, the driving force for membrane filtration is the difference in pressure feed between the permeate and the streams. Therefore, the pressure application can either be suction or pressurized. In the first case, we have pressurization by pumping. So this one uses the pressurized system, not the suction. You can see here, a pump is used to force the water particles through the membrane so that any particles that are larger than the pore size are retained, and we'll be able to have clean and treated water on the other side. Where we have the suction type, also by pumping, you can see a suction pump is used to suck in water so that the water goes through the submerged membrane and the treated water comes to the other side. Also, we can use utilization of water level difference, which is also key. The difference in water levels, this one, supply side and the permeate side is utilized, and we're able to exploit the pressure difference without using a pump. This is the third one, and this one leads to, this third option can lead to energy efficiency, and the pumping is eliminated. And lastly, you could also utilize water level difference. Here we need sufficient head for it to water to permeate through the membrane without need of a pump. And you can see the head difference that is required for this to be go through. This all needs to be considered in the design process. And use of this can be very effective to eliminate the need of pumping in the treatment process. So the flow of treatment, on there are various types of the membranes, and for the pressurized case type, this is a simple flow diagram. You can see the raw water goes through the various processes. This is introduction of a coagulant such as pump, the sand filter, the AC filter, the UF membrane which is pressurized, and lastly we have the treated water. So in this one, the membrane elements are stored in a casing, and the water is filtered by applying a constant pressure to a raw water using a pump. It is used in combination with pretreatment and is used for raw water with relatively low turbidity. This one is between NTUs of 50 and is applicable for both MF and UF membranes. For the submerged type, the membrane modules are directly immersed in raw water and is applied for highly turbid water, which can be used in the Kenyan space. And you could see it has the capacity of treating water up to 3,000 NTU, which is quite effective. And depending on the raw water quality, pre-treatment such as sand filtration may be unnecessary. So here, all the pre-treatment can be eliminated, and you can use the membrane directly to treat water. So you can see this one offers a level of effectiveness which can be exploited. You can also see here that gravity filtration can be used, which I've explained earlier, that we're able to exploit any head difference and eliminate use of energy in the treatment process. So we ask ourselves, what are the steps in designing a membrane filtration? Let me zoom into each step so that you can see it clearly. The first step, we need to confirm the preconditions. Here we look at basic items such as water supply plan and facility scale. What scale of facility or what amount of water do we intend to treat? We need to secure water sources. Are we going to use groundwater or river water? Are we going to draw water from a dam or a lake? These are some of the factors we need to consider during the confirmation of preconditions. We also need to look at what is the water intake method, what is the planned water capacity, what recovery rate are we looking at, the location conditions, and whether or not the facilities are used, whether or not we are going to use the existing facility. The second step, we also on this one looks at setting the target of the quality of water to be treated. So we look at aspects such as color, odor, taste, stability, what corrosive substances we have, the pathogens, microorganisms, what heavy metals in the water, inorganic substances, any disinfectant byproducts, agrochemicals, and general organic compounds. So we look at the quality of the raw water vis-a-vis the target we want to achieve. Also, we need to, the third step is understanding our raw water. After we have set the target, we need to look at what is the current ability of the water we're drawing, are there any algae, what pathogen microorganisms are available, what organic matter, strange water, iron, manganese, and other ions that are within the water, what are the pH levels, color, and any heavy metals that may be available in the water. The fourth step, you need to do examination of applicable technology for given water quality. So depending on the quality of the raw water, this is where we select a suitable filter media to be used, such as are we going to go for, if you want to treat insoluble ingredients, selection of slow science filtration may be suitable, coagulation and sedimentation, floating separation, filtration, and membrane, use of membranes. If our aim is to treat for insoluble components such as biological treatment, ozone, activated carbon, here you can see membrane filtration to be used is arrow. So lastly, the fifth step is to determine the water filtration systems. Here we organize the items considered from step 1 to step 4. Membrane filtration equipment to be used, whether it's the case type. Do we need any pre-treatment or post-treatment equipment? What machinery equipment will be used in the plant? And ancillary facilities such as the tanks, electrical equipment, any measurement equipment, control equipment, and any remote monitoring equipment that may be used. We look at the construction costs. Here, the components and equipments and systems are usually imported from abroad. So currently, some of these technologies may not be available locally. However, some suppliers have expressed an interest in venturing into the Kenyan market, and this would ease this aspect of availability of the materials locally. They are custom designed based on raw water quality and required level of treatment. Therefore, it can be difficult to estimate the level of cost beforehand. However, good consultation with the manufacturer will be able to see how this can be elevated. We look at the service life and replacement of membrane modules. How long do these membrane modules last? One, a key component in the selection criteria, we need to look at the lifespan, depending on the application and usage. The hollow fiber membranes generally have an internal structure called a supporting layer, which enhances the physical strength of the membrane, and it is known that the membranes with the supporting layer have a service life nearly twice as long as the membrane without the layer. So you can see for the hollow fiber type, it might have a service life twice as long as the other type of membrane, such as the sheet type, and selection of the type of membrane used is key, so that we're able to exploit the long service life for some of these membranes. This one needs to be replaced when the filtration rate, flow rate cannot be recovered even after chemical cleaning, or when the deterioration of the treated water quality is observed, such as increased stability. So you need to make sure that as you go through the operation and maintenance stage of these membranes, you observe the membranes and see if it is not effective in treating the water. Perhaps it's time for it to be replaced. And the replacement frequency varies between 5 to 8 years for typical membranes, and some as high as 10 to 15 years for membranes with internal support, such as the monofiber type. So you can see for the other membranes, such as the flash sheet type, the replacement is between 5 to 8 years, and then for the hollow fiber between 10 and 15 years, which is quite effective. So on the operation and maintenance aspects of this technology, one is electricity cost. Here, we can reduce it effectively by using topography of the installed site so that we're able to exploit the head difference and get the filtration system by gravity. Next is on personnel costs. Membrane facilities are usually automatically controlled, so the number of operators that needs to perform the daily day-to-day tasks within our plants will be reduced. However, you need at least one operator to be on site at all times for emergency purposes. So this marks an end or a brief snapshot of what the guideline contains on advanced water treatment methods. The guideline is available on our website, and you can do any further reading. It contains a lot of good information on this technology, and where we have any questions, we can get your memoranda of how to improve on it. So thank you. That marks the end of this presentation, and I'd welcome any questions.
Thank you for your presentation. You have given us advantages of this technology. If you could also give us some of the challenges, especially in regards to the spare parts and the technology. Because you see, even in the education curriculum, if you go to Kevin, for example, maybe they do not have such a need. So if you're asking for an operator, at least the one required, you may not get a signal. Thank you.
Okay, I'll start with that one. These guidelines have been developed in partnership with KEWI, and as one of the outputs of this guideline, KEWI are going to introduce a course on membrane treatment technology as part of their curriculum. And once the course is up and running, the WSPs can second their staff for further training at KEWI so that they're able to get advanced knowledge or more knowledge or capacity building on this technology. Also on the challenges of some of these technologies, as you have rightly highlighted, one is on industry knowledge. It is something not widely used or widely known within the Kenyan space. So we need a lot of capacity building on this technology. Secondly, the aspect of it might have a higher initial capital cost as compared to conventional treatment. However, considering the high ability that the conventional treatment cannot treat, use of this technology can be used on a case-to-case basis, and also in a case where we do not have sufficient land, the use of this technology can be used on a case-to-case basis so that we're able to see or exploit these advanced treatment technologies. We have also seen that it offers a more effective treatment process. However, it is something we can pilot within the Kenyan space and see how well it works for us. The purpose of the guideline is to make sure that we introduce the knowledge to the sector players, and you'll be able to see how best to use it going forward. We can take any questions, both on this one and the other one. Or was it too technical? You didn't understand?
Mine would just be kind of an observation.
Yes.
A situation where we are in Kenya, where mostly we don't control our catchment areas. So today you might have a ability of 10. It rains in the night. Tomorrow have a ability of maybe these membrane filters, they need high maintenance, and it's easy for them to fail because very easily, because when it rains and you are not at night, the system will just close off. And also, it needs also people who are really trained in some of these. And the membranes themselves, you know, that they are costly if you have to keep on depressing them nearly every 2 or 3 days. So, I don't know, because maybe my take is like you are informing us that there is another kind of treatment process. Because I don't know, maybe I think a guideline to be something different. Because I was expecting to say you as the WSP, you should do this, the system you should use if you have a database of dates or not.
Yes. The guideline states exactly as you said. There are various types of membranes to be used. Stating, let me just go to that slide. The various types of membranes that are there in the market. One is the reverse osmosis, the LF membrane, the nanofiltration, ultrafiltration, and microfiltration. Each of these membranes has its advantages and disadvantages. What is commonly used is the RO membrane, which can be very sensitive to high turbidity. However, the other types of membranes that are also highlighted in this guideline has very high resistance and capability to treat high turbid water, such as the MS membrane previously highlighted. You can see for the hollow fiber type of membrane, it has a capability of treating NTU of up to 3,000. For those ones who have been in highly turbid areas, such as the WSP in Garissa that draws water from River Tana, which it can be quite turbid during the rainy season. The highest recorded turbidity they got was less than 1,000. So you can see this technology is capable of treating the worst case you have had of less than 1,000. Yet, so it's something we need to consider. However, all these need to be considered in the various steps in selecting a suitable membrane. The guideline highlights the various steps in selecting a suitable membrane for the WSP, which highlighted, we'll go to that slide, the various steps in designing a membrane filter system. You can note that the membrane is not being taken in isolation. However, it is designed to suit your suitable WSP. All these aspects are considered in the design process, and it will design on the worst case scenario so that at any particular point, we're able to elevate any failure of the membrane. Some of the membrane technologies are quite resilient, as I've highlighted. The hollow fiber type of membrane has a service life of up to 15 years. So this is something that can be exploited. We understand that the membrane technology can be costly, and the long service life of certain types of membranes is something we can exploit and see how best to suit. Remember that water quality, water is a right under the Kenyan Constitution, and this water, the Bill of Rights stipulates it to be water of clean water in adequate quantities. So it is the responsibility of each WSP to ensure that you're able to supply clean water even in the worst case scenario where you have highly turbid water within your systems. So membrane filtration offers an alternative to the conventional treatment process. However, we have also highlighted that pre-treatment can also be adopted to try and reduce the high turbidity where we find it exceeding the capability of the membrane. Do you welcome more questions? there are no questions, perhaps I'll hand it over back to the director.
Can we appreciate Engineer? Thank you so much for those two presentations. I don't know where is Emily. The caller, she comes in with the close the session. So thank you everyone for your input on these two guidelines. And as I did mention earlier in the morning, these are basically new guidelines that we are introducing, and you are still welcome to give us your proposals. By no possibly after implementation, that's when we might be able to get more insight into it. But I want to assure you that the team that prepared them is highly exposed and capacity built in that area. We have taken all the safeguards, and we are working closely with the Kenya Water Institute. The stability guideline, and therefore I want to assure you that it was carefully done, and we've taken quite some time. It's not like something we jumped into. We've taken almost a whole year back and forth discussing that particular technology. And as Engineer Tom did express, really our interest is to support you with knowledge. It's not like you must adopt, but it's knowledge so that you are, you are empowered to make decisions, you are empowered to, in terms of alternative solutions that are available, and as the technology evolves, then we don't want it still to remain in the Stone Age when we can do some of these things in a more efficient manner. So as a regulator, we have a research department, together with the functional department, we look into the new ways of doing things across the globe, and this is one of the products. The one for assets management is every borrow from the one that is approved by the Ministry of Water, Sanitation and Irrigation, and therefore I see no conflicts or bottlenecks, madam, from Adward Tana Water Development Agency. So you should not, have any fears that this is likely to increase the bureaucracy. But of course, as it was demonstrated, the law requires us and mandate us to prescribe. So if we don't do anything, then therefore we will also be failing the people of Kenya. All these have been benchmarked to best international practice, and we hope they will add value to the sector and more so to the WSPs in terms of enhancing your operations. So back to you, Margareta, for the closing session.
Thank you. I believe you're all satisfied. Tumejua maswali yetu. And those questions have been answered.
621, code 00100. Also, you could courier them. We are on a child building, 5th floor, with A. So, I think with your blessings, we can face. Yeah.
So can we have possibly one of them is we start with the chair of the board, then I MD, and make remarks on behalf of the house, and then we call it a day.
Which MD? Who had volunteered?
The chairman of the one of the members present.
So you had the chair from
Junja.
Thank you very much. I'm Dominic Gashanja, Chairman of Water and Juja. Very happy today for what we have done. And this will take us far because actually learning has no end. We should continue learning, getting new ideas and knowledge. I'm happy to have been invited to come and witness this day, and we shall continue even tomorrow. I'll be here. Thank you very much.
Before we get IFD from WSP, from AWWD, which still around, they can also say a word. Then we come to WSP, one rep, we should of course have started the other way, but it's okay. Chair, times protocol is quite
We want to thank you for giving us the opportunity to interact with your proposals. We also want to thank you in advance for accepting our recommendations. We are paid that we are not going to do the Kenyan thing of having participation work when we go to our calendar. And we retain the document as it was. We are happy to explain and thank you in advance that you are taking our comments and that we are going to see them in the actual document that will be published. We will also thank you for reading the memorandum that we are going to send to you. And we are also hopeful that we will also receive your reception and you'll get a response to it. Thank you also for bringing us here. But in the morning had been requested to be an advocate of the people. I'm hoping that the school is not present. But next time, we don't mind central in another place. So we come here and we do our we can go to central in another place. It can also be in Mombasa. Central is in Mombasa here. Yes, it can also be there. And we thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. One MD, on behalf of the other MDs and the WSPs.
I give them a favor.
MD, okay.
For myself, I'm on behalf of my fellow MDs, and myself from WSPs. I wish also to thank WASREP for having found it fit and proper to teach us on this important exercise. And we equally believe that our input will be considered. Though is an issue we could not agree. So you are very firm on it, and that is on the issue of the bidding on zero consumption. Because for us who serve in the rural areas, we appreciate your concern, especially that bit of being abused. But our concern are real, and we didn't get clearly on the actual timeline or closing date for the submission of the written memorandum. We wish it can be done, it can be extended. So when I did, that one. Oh, sorry, step out. Okay. So we still have time. We can come together. If necessary, we have a conversation as MD level space. And we look forward to working together with the regulator in order to improve on service delivery. Though, as I conclude, there are some guidelines, especially on the bit of WSP, the greater WSP, overseeing the small scale service provider in our areas. I think it is highly reactualized because we have discussions, we are given circulars on how to go about it as WSPs, but we don't have capacity. We feel that the regulator has to come strongly and together with county government, because what being evoked, these service providers also, small service providers also report to the county. So in a way, we are competitors. So we cannot effectively be able to oversee these things. So we hope that maybe in the coming months, we can also have some discussion and also give us a direction on the same. Same case applies to the guidance on the water hoses, boreholes, on all that. We really need to be well guided and also have a localized engagement with these people, so that they don't assume that we as WSPs are the ones who are pushing for these guidelines. With that, I wish to wish everyone Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Thank you.
Before I hand back to the CEO, thank you all for making time to visit us. And tomorrow there will be no session. There's someone who said they're coming in tomorrow. We are going to finish today, so that tomorrow we're able to prepare for the holidays. And I wish you safe journeys back.
Thank you. Let's appreciate Emily also. And mine is to say thank you to all of you, very distinguished stakeholders, for the time you've taken to discuss these 4 instruments. I saw the participation from morning, nobody dozed, not even one. That shows the interest, the high level interest that you have in this space. And as we agreed, we have a common goal: efficient water service provision to our people, to ensure that our people get the right quality water in light quantities and at affordable prices. So the question of quality, quantity, and affordability. Well, of course, not forgetting sustainability and not forgetting the mother, the mother, the planet, that we must conserve our environment for sustainability and for the generations to come. And that's the reason why, as a regulator, we've come up with those guidelines to make sure we are really doing what is right, what we think is right. But we also thought we needed your input. Sasa ingine naambia kwa mambo ground ni tofauti. And that's why we decided to come to the ground. And I'm happy we've earned ground inasema nini? Firsthand, not through writing. Even when you write now, it will be very easy for us to internalize. Kwa sababu tumeisikia, si ni kweli? Yeah, so that is our mode of operation. We've now covered the whole country. I can say we divided the country into 4 blocks. the coast side, the western side, the Nairobi and the Central Rifts, and we are now in the Eastern Bloc, which is Mount Kenya region and northeastern Kenya, and I think we have covered the country very well. And besides that, we under consultative engagement with the 47 counties, courtesy of the Council of Governors. And I want to assure you, we want to work closely with all the parties, with all the stakeholders in this space, so that nobody feels left behind. And all the views that have been given, we'll look at them critically. We'll be having a technical team looking at each of these guidelines. So in the event that you are picked to support us, please be free to express whatever your thoughts are and the thought of the stakeholders, the other stakeholders whom you represent. So I don't want to say much, but I want to point to the very three things that we always talk about that are here in the center. One is governance. So MDs, directors who are present, the county government, let's really ensure that our companies are managed in, in accordance with best standards, governance standards that we all know. I'm sure we all know them. Nobody seated here who doesn't know how best an institution ought to be managed. Yeah, with very clear frameworks on various aspects, be they financial, be they procurement, be they HR, be they operations. They are standards. Number two, the issue of non-living water. As a sector, as you all know, we lose approximately 12 billion shillings every year. But I want to take this opportunity to congratulate the companies that have really focused on that area. Nearly below 20%, and we encourage you to go below even 10%. Royal Juja, you are trying. Meru, you are also trying. Embu was also doing quite well, but it started losing at some point. So we hope you claim back your position. And all the others. Let's focus on that animal. What is it that makes us lose that big margin? If you're losing 50% of what you produce, you can't really account for it. Then are we in business? Are we in business? Huh? I always go around of somebody doing the ordinary business. Yeah, so as the mama going to the market, buying 100 tomatoes, throws away 50 of them, and goes to sell 50. Will that person be in business? Regardless of how much you push the price high, for sure I don't expect any other answer. The answer is no. In less than a year, you close shop. So in this region, anybody who is beyond 30%, please think twice, find out what is it that is making you lose that much. Best practice, not more than 25. And Marawi, even another margin of 5. Of course, the best is below 20. Studio engineer, yeah, at all, the other engineers around. So if we can be able to get that revenue back to the system, can you imagine how much we can do even without having to review our tariffs? It would be huge. 12B. That much you can do another Karimingo in 2 years. So can you imagine if we were having those resources in the sector? Each and every county will be having a mega dam. Yeah. And the issues of water scarcity and the flooding that we are seeing now will be one of the first. So please, that's an area that even as we send everybody to do indexation, that will be carrying the highest weight on revenue water, not inflation, not US dollars, not the forex, so non-revenue water. Then number 3, tariffs. Are you operating with a cost recovery tariff? Ama uko kwa ile tariff ya 2009 na bado unalia? I know most of you are up to date, but there are WSPs in this country who are operating on that extraordinary tariff ya 2009 or earlier. Can you imagine? Are we serious? Are we serious? So if you are here and you know you don't have a valid tariff, and will put a Christmas, January submit your application. I know we've drained a number of tariffs for a reason, but come the first half of the year, coming year, God willing, we shall be able to fast track them and make sure that they are clear. But we want you also to help us. I sign letters every day asking for more information. Natuambia kuna loan unataka kulipa, but there is nothing to support that. So tuna review, tunakurudishia. Then unachukua 1 month or 2 months, unatuma documents which are incomplete again. Then another, tuna review, tunakurudishia. So inakuwa ni back and forth. But if we were to follow the guideline and provide all the documents, I can assure you we have the capacity to make sure that within the quarter, because our board meets quarterly, you will get your approval. Tuko sawa? So please, by the time you are submitting, cross-check and make sure that the tariff is properly supported. So those 3 aspects, governance, non-revenue water, tariffs. If you have those 3, then you can afford to sleep. Hakuna mtu atakuwa akikusumbua because the institution will be working. Everybody will be coming, knocking, asking you, can we give you some resources? You won't be out there mobilizing resources. You'll be looking at your operations and you become very attractive. And then you can be able to serve the people you are meant to serve and serve them right. But of course, there are the other peripherals, those who are yet, those who are operating on licenses which are not up to date, which which have either expired or you have not paid your performance guarantee and your license is still held, can you make sure you have your operating license? Because it's an illegality, it's illegal to operate without a license from the regulatory board. I know we are at almost 90% or 90 something. So it's very unlikely that anybody within this zone has no valid license. But in case you don't have one, please provide what is required of you and make sure you have a license. Going forward, support will be tied to compliance and more so than governance compliance, be it from our development partners or from the national government. So in the event that you are not complying, for instance, Kiambu County, if your companies are not compliant, then the resources that would have come your way, they will go elsewhere. So let's all prepare and make sure that we have met the compliance threshold. Then finally, of course, I can't forget to remind you that some of you owe me a lot of money. Can you do something? Yeah? Can you make sure the regulatory levy is limited at the right time? MD will release about correction versus billing. Send what you have corrected as you correct the rest. Yeah? Remember, those are public funds. See, at the present, I was the public funds, so they see your funds. Sawa. And for us to serve you better, we also need resources. See, we wouldn't be here if you are not doing something. Tungeweza kuwa na kikao kama hiki, na tungeweza kufanya study kama hiyo tumefanya ya that regulatory tool, hiyo ya water quality, and those other improvements that we are trying to do. So support us as we support you. And of course, compliance in all the other areas. You have your licenses, you know the license conditions that you are in. Remember, they were negotiated. Usiseme ati hii condition tulipewa na wasle, tulinegotiate na tukakubaliana, ndio kuwa an efficient WSP. You need to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 during the the license period. Si ni kweli? Kuna mtu alikuja tu akaandikiwa vitu akapewa barua akaambiwa this is what you must do without negotiation. Kuna company, so it was a negotiated performance contract through the license. So let's remain focused. Let's do the best that we need to do. But the first 3 takes precedence: governance, tariff, non-level water. The others will fall into place automatically. Because I know if you are to reduce your non-level water by 10 basis points, you will be able to pay all the debts that are bothering you and expand service to other areas. So let me not overemphasize. But basically that's what I thought I needed to share with you today. As I wish you a very, very Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, a very prosperous one, and we look forward to continuing with the good work that we'll be doing next year, and set them bar high. Let's set them bar high. MD on all those issues you've raised. And you are free to visit us anytime, to call us anytime. We can also come where you are, or you come where we are. Either for a discussion with you as a WSP or a trust of WSPs. Yeah, we are free. I like the approach of Nyeri. Because sometimes this year they organized all the WSPs from Nyeri County came together for a workshop, and with their governor and their CC. And we were there to listen to them. So Embu County, you can still do the same. You can initiate, you have a chat with the governor, the CECs, they sit in your board. Come together, all of you, because basically we'll be having common challenges and common areas of focus. Now do come and discuss and agree how we move. So leadership, again, which is anchored in good corporate governance, really will give you that win. So asanteni sana, Mungu awabariki na tuwe na wakati mzuri tunaposafiri back to our home. We have kept our promise. We are saying by 4:30 we'll be through, and I'm happy we are through. So maybe someone to close for us with a word of prayer, and if there is a cup of tea possibly, I don't know, we can have as we leave. For hivyo this public consultation now is officially closed. Asante.
Just to invite you for tea. We see outside here. You are free to use the hall for another 30 minutes to 1 hour. As we travel home, travel safely, tusalimiane, and we meet when the year starts.